Well, good morning from the Seat Unique Stadium. Welcome to Championship cricket again. Gloucestershire against Leicestershire in this round that's dropped in the middle of the T20. And as you can see on your screen, the ground staff have just taken the stumps out and put the covers back over the match wicket. Dan Whiting's alongside me. You've just wandered around the ground from the far end. Was there any sort of rain, just any sort of very, very slight drizzle spitting in the air?
Yeah, little spots in the air. Yeah, not a lot, but little spots in the air. I think it's coming down a little bit heavier now. Looking over the pavilion from our elevated commentary position here, you can't see the mendips, which is often quite a good indicator.
Yeah, we're on the third floor of the apartments that you can see there, and just to say that the two teams have been announced and that the toss obviously has taken place. Graham Van Buren won it, and I think I didn't meet anybody on my way in today who said that they wouldn't bat first, and that's what Gloucester are going to do.
Yeah, they certainly will. I think this wicket's going to turn as well, and I don't think you want to be batting last on it. Gloucestershire have gone in with three spinners, and with Zahir Abbas, Graham Van Buren, and Ollie Price, and Leicestershire have gone in with two.
Well, arguably
they've gone in with two.
Well, Tom Scriven arguably bowls some spin as well, so you could say they've got three as well. But the main two are Callum Parkinson and Rian Ahmed. Yeah. So both sides, I think that this pitch will spin. It's the same pitch that was used for the Somerset game on Friday. but as you can see, ground staff just being a little bit cautious at the minute. So I'll give you the full Leicestershire side, and Dan can give you the full Gloucestershire side. So the Leicestershire side, Rishi Patel, very much in form, 3 championship hundreds this season. Sol Budinger will open with him, ex-Notts, played here last year in the One Day Cup for Notts before signing for Leicester in the winter. Lewis Hill, their captain. Colin Ackerman, very experienced operator. Peter Hanscom, who was of course at Gloucestershire as an overseas and is now on his 5th different county. Yorkshire, Durham, Middlesex, as well as the 2 teams on view today. Lewis Kimber, Rian Ahmed, the leg spinner, played a test match of course for England in the winter. Tom Scriven, Chris Wright, Callum Parkinson, and the 6'7" teenager Josh Hull, who bowls left arm over the wicket, could be somewhat of an unknown quantity, I suppose, for the Gloucestershire batters. They don't have Vian Mulder in their team, and I think he will be quite a miss for Leicestershire. Gloucestershire, I think they were named 13. And they've gone with, the 11 that was being discussed around the ground this morning is the 11 that they've gone with.
Yeah, certainly. We've got Chris Dent. He returns back to the side after an injury that's kept him out for a week or 2 weeks, actually, I think it is, isn't it? Ben Charlesworth, he's in the side. He's having he's in the form of his life at the moment. I think he's gone 750s out the last 15 innings that he's played for the club. Miles Hammond, fresh off the back of that knock on Friday night. Ollie Price, he's been in excellent form in T20 cricket. James Bracey, Graham Van Buren, he's going to skip at the side. He returns back to action as well. Danny Lamb on loan from Lancashire. He's in the side. Zafar Gahar, great to see him back after that nasty collision out on the field on Friday night. And the news that Gloucestershire fans have all been waiting for is Tom Price and Ajit Singh Dale both return to the side, and they've been, I would suggest, Gloucestershire's best bowlers this season. And finally, Zaman Akhtar retains his place in the side after making his debut here in the loss to Durham a couple of weeks ago. Yeah,
everybody plays in the Championship in this round of games in Division 2. There are four matches, including second against third, actually. Sussex against Worcestershire. Gloucestershire behind Leicestershire in the table because Leicestershire won their opening game up at Headingley. That was a big chase too in that match, but since then they've had a lot of games disrupted by weather. Gloucestershire know all about that.
Yeah, it was their first win there since 1910, which, you know, even you weren't around then, Ian. You know, I mean that's how long ago it was. But what a fantastic win! And Rishi Patel is the danger man for Leicestershire, I would say. I think he's got 300s this season. He's in
and a 4th on Friday.
And a 4th on Friday, yeah. And he doesn't normally get them on a Friday. I've just had a chat with Rishi actually because I know him from Potter's Bar Cricket Club, and they call him the Bishop of Leicester because he only goes to work on Sundays, and he's got all his hundreds on a Sunday. So they're calling him the Bishop of Leicester there. But he's a lovely lad.
If he gets 100 today, Dan, it'll be quite a spectacular day's cricket.
Well, indeed, indeed it will be. It will be. But yeah, he's a good player. I'm looking forward to seeing him. I'm looking forward to seeing Rayhan Ahmed as well, who I think might be a little bit unlucky not to be in that Ashes squad with Jack Leach's injury. I mean, you know, in my view, if you're good enough to go to Pakistan as the second spinner, why aren't you good enough for the Ashes? But anyway, the other person I caught up with was Graham Van Buren, and here is my little chat with him just after the toss. Morning, and welcome to the Seat Unique Stadium for this clash between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. I'm here with Graham Van Buren, the Gloucestershire skipper, and what's the news from the toss, Graham?
Hi Dan, how are you?
I'm good, mate.
Good. We're having a bat first. I think it's the same pitch as we played on the other night against Somerset, so we're looking to bat first.
That's good wicket. The ball came on quite nicely on that, didn't it?
No, it was a bit of bounce. It's a nice hard surface, and I think there'll be some spin throughout the game. So yeah, looking forward to that.
And you've got a few players back yourself. You're back. We've got Tom Price back. We've got Ajit Singh Dale back as well. Like London buses, everyone comes back from injury all at the same time.
Yeah, and Chris Dent. So
yeah,
I think we've got a great 11 out. And like I said, I'm looking forward to the next 4 days.
Yeah, and Leicestershire have been in quite good form as well. They won away at Yorkshire. Their first victory there since 1910. And that was a great win for them.
No, they're a good side. I think these days any team can win on its day. Some good sides out there. So, but I believe if we play our best cricket, we will come out on top.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed for you, Graham, and we'll see you live on the stream for Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire shortly.
Well, that was Dan talking to Graham just after the toss. You can still see the ground staff at the moment, literally, I think, just waiting to see if these predicted thunderstorms. Yesterday at home, I was talking to somebody who lived 20 minutes from my house yesterday, and they'd had about an hour's rain late afternoon, with me just enough to literally lay the dust on the road. And that's how localised they can be. And I just think the ground staff are just aware at the moment there may be a storm passing, and they don't want to have any of that falling on this wicket. So we may. I think everybody's ready. The players are on the balcony. So it literally, as soon as they think it's clear to start, they'll be out there. There is the Gloucestershire side, by the way, with Ben Charlesworth and Chris Dent expected to open up.
Talking of storms, it feels like the calm after the storm of Friday evening, doesn't it, being back here? And, you know, that really was, I mean, it was a fantastic event. This ground was sold out, but unfortunately, on the pitch, Somerset taught Gloucestershire a little bit of a lesson.
And it was basically down to one innings.
It was.
And that as Sussex found out against Surrey with Laurie Evans's knock, just that can happen. You know, one batsman takes the game away from you.
Yeah, Will Smead we're talking about, 94 off 35 balls, and it was absolute carnage, wasn't it, here?
80 of those runs in boundaries, you know, and he has taken a decision to, if I can put it this way, ride the gravy train. You know, he doesn't play first class cricket. He is going to be effectively a self-employed franchise short form cricketer for his career.
Well, the game has changed, hasn't it? And we see a number of people like that. You know, you can probably, if you're good enough, make enough money out of it, but you'll never go down as one of the greats, because, you know, although we love T20 and we love the excitement of it, it's the longer format that define you as one of the greats.
And see, some players would take that decision from a fitness point of view. So Tamal Mills, for example, it's just pretty clear that his body cannot cope with playing red ball cricket as a quick bowler. Now, unless Smead's fitness is poorer than I believe it to be, then Dan's lost his biro.
I have lost my biro. I've got my biro back.
Unless Smead's fitness is significantly poorer than I believe it to be, he's taken that decision not because of his body, but because of his wallet.
Well, exactly. Exactly.
You know, that's the.
I've got to be very careful talking about Somerset and money. I've received lots of stick on social media. Anyway, the good news is that the umpires have come out to the middle, followed by the Leicestershire side, and followed by Chris Dent and Ben Charlesworth, which is, we're going to get some action, Ian.
I can't believe Chris Dent's batting in a sweater. It is a muggy day, and Chris Dent's he's gone with the short sleeve shirt and the sweater. So we'll see. Leicester are going to open up with Chris Wright. I'm sure we'll open from the Ashley Down Road end. He's their most experienced bowler. Getting close to 200 first-class matches now, and he'll complete that if he stays fit before the end of the season. And he's got over 500 wickets. He's a long career.
Yeah, he's a wonderful competitor.
Leicestershire with green numbers on the back of their kit, reflecting the colours of the club. And Wright's got 3 slips. And he'll open from this Ashley Down Road end to Ben Charlesworth, and that's through to keeper Peter Hanscom. Hanscom, I don't think in his short spell at Gloucestershire kept wicket in that time that he was here as an overseas. Just played 7 matches in all in 2015. That was the year when Gloucester Eagles went on to win the One-Day Cup. Right into Charlesworth. Oh, that lets that go outside the off stump. There is a lot of cloud cover. It is warm. It's muggily warm, if that's a word. And you would think that if you've got a bowler who can swing the ball, they would want to be bowling down in these conditions, wouldn't they?
You certainly would. And Chris Wright definitely can swing the ball. Started off at Essex, and he's nearly lost the game after being released.
Here he's running away from our commentary position in the apartments, and Charlesworth squeezes that off a thick inside edge down to Josh Hull, who's at long leg. Young, so he's an 18-year-old, 6'7" left arm over the wicket.
I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Bowler. So, you know, various boxes you would tick there in terms of what he might be able to produce as a cricketer.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Bounce would be a factor you would have thought for him, as it is with Dom Goodman. Gloucestershire haven't used him yet in red ball cricket this season. Right, then to Dent for the first time. That's pitched right up, and Dent just squeezes that away from in front of his front pad for a single onto the leg side.
Just had a chat with Ben Charlesworth before the game, and we spoke about Friday night and the wicket here, because it's the same wicket being used. And although Somerset got 231 on it, Gloucestershire were neck and neck until the 8th over, where they got 86 for 1. Ben Charlesworth said, we thought we were going to do it. He said he believed totally that they were going to do it.
Well, that's the belief you've got to have. And here is Charlesworth again, letting that go from Chris Wright, who has got his line broadly where he wants it at the moment. It's not absolutely accurate. I mean, Charlesworth left one that was quite tight to his off stump. Lewis Hill, of course, Leicester's captain, can keep wicket, but with Hanscom in the team, he is taking the gloves. Right. That just straightened a bit. And Charlesworth defends up to Tom Scriven at mid-off, end of the first over. Wright, I think, he might have quite a bit of bowling today. Whilst he is their most experienced bowler, he's also one who I think can bowl extended spells, and you're going to have the experience of Wright at one end, and we're going to have the inexperience of Josh Hull at the other.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing this lad, seeing how he does. Had a interesting start to his career. He's from Huntingdon, got 4 wickets on debut, and that debut was that win over Yorkshire. And he came through. He came through with sort of 28 wickets in the academy, which has led to the full-time contract. We also want to say good morning to you if you're listening in from Leicestershire as well. We hope you enjoy the stream, and we hope that you guys have had an interesting start to the season. You've had a very good start to the season. Here's Hull. So he's going to come in. That's short and wide. Trademark Chris Dent. That's the first boundary of the morning.
That was a loosener.
It was definitely a loosener. Don't bowl there to Chris Dent, do you?
Yeah, no.
He doesn't miss out on much there.
That's a favoured shot for him, has been for, well, a decade or more. And this
it can also get him into trouble, though. It can also get him into trouble. He's a very good cutter. He gets a lot of runs in that area. But like so many cricketers, often your strength is your weakness as well, isn't it? Here's Hull coming over the wicket. Oh, that's a good delivery. That shapes away and goes past Dent's outside edge. If you want to drop us a line over today or tomorrow or whenever you want, drop us a line. Here's our email address, and you can send stuff through to us. Ian Randall will answer all the difficult questions, and you save the easy ones for me. There we are, Pinky and Perky on your screen.
Waldorf and Stadler.
Yeah. We've had a wonderful photo actually. Let's see if we can get it up. His Hull. That's down the leg side. Dent flicks away at that.
There wasn't a lot of bounce off that previous delivery. Hanscom took it and it bounced before it reached him. And it was not that wide either. This remember is with a new ball. Yes, somebody sent down a picture from other side of the pond, as they say.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. Hull. That goes through to Peter Hanscom. Good to catch up with Paul Nixon this morning. Wrote the foreword for my first book, and we both wrote our books through a company who are based here in Gloucestershire, actually called the History Press, based in Stroud. And Nico was telling me a very amusing story about Andrew Simons, who played here at Gloucestershire, who's sadly no longer with us, but they were big mates. They played together at Kent, and they were always massive mates. His Hull to Dent, until one day when Nixon was playing for England and Simons for Australia. And normally what goes on the pitch stays on the pitch, but Nixon had sledged Simons so badly that he wouldn't actually talk to him, and they actually had to get a lift together up to their hotel. They were on the same floor of this hotel. Nico said, "Come on, mate, you know, it's only what happens on the pitch." Simons just blanked him, wouldn't talk to him whatsoever because he'd sledged him so badly. Dent defends.
Yeah,
that's the end of the second over. 6 for no
That first
wicket.
ball was a loosener, but after that, Hull's line was pretty tidy, and he and indeed just about everybody would have been interested to see that second delivery that he bowled didn't get up very much from just outside an off-stump line. And if that is an indicator of what's to follow, then this pitch may not be that easy to bat on. Gloucestershire won the toss and decided to bat first, clearly because they think that chasing in the fourth innings, if it is going to spin, they would rather have the use of the ball than the bat at that point. Here is Chris Wright into Charlesworth, who gets tidily in line and pushes it out to cover. The three slips are Rishi Patel, who we've already mentioned, Colin Ackerman and Lewis Kimber. Nobody, though, in the gully, and nobody at third man. Rare not to have a gully, Dan, would you say, at this point?
It's gone out of fashion. It's one of those positions that has gone out of fashion, isn't it?
I mean, Wright is not the fastest, that's true. But he'd be brisk enough that with his accuracy and his ability to move the ball, he's still going to be an awkward customer for these two, particularly in these conditions. Now, I agree, on a hot, sunny day, when there's not a cloud in the sky, it's a different issue. But this is very much the sort of the bread and butter conditions that Wright would like to rock up every ground every day of the season and find.
Yeah, he nearly came here to Gloucestershire. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Charlesworth back at the top of the order with Harris away, largely on 12th man duty actually at the World Test Championship at the moment. But
yeah, that ball went the other way. Yeah, so Chris Wright was nearly lost to the game. He was released by Essex, and Gloucestershire were interested, but he decided to go to Warwickshire, where Graham Welsh was the bowling coach there. He took a chance on him, and he rewarded Pop Welsh with 62 wickets in Warwickshire's championship winning year back in 2012.
Here we are, 11 years on, he's still playing county cricket. That's, again, good line, and Charles were forced to just defend.
Here's this photo that's been sent in by James Young, who seems to think that this is the American me and Ian Randall, which I think is...
that is quite good, actually.
I can see it. I can see it, definitely. I can see it. Oh, well done, James.
I haven't quite got the hat right, although I do tend to wear something very similar during the winter. Here is right against Charlesworth, who, let's see, interesting, that bounced, and I wouldn't say it spat, but it did climb a little bit. And Hanscom took it chest height almost. Recent meetings between these two teams have had some very big scores.
Yeah?
Very big scores. I'll come back to that in a moment. But a couple of wins for Gloucestershire in home games, quite memorably too. Charlesworth defends the last ball of Wright's second over, and Gloucestershire 6 without loss. That was a maiden. So in 2019, the game was played at Cheltenham. Gloucestershire got a big score first innings, 504, and then bowled Leicestershire out twice, but were left to get 48 in 8 overs on the last day, and got them in the 8th over, 4 wickets down, 48 for 4, chasing in 8 overs. And then in 2021, Leicestershire got 421 batting first, set the game up with a declaration, but were a bowler short, and Gloucestershire chased 348 to win.
Hole in, and that short and wide. Again, first body over, and yet again, Chris Dent repeats the dose and carves him through point for 4 runs. Got that one a little bit finer.
And just to be fair to our friends from Leicestershire, let's have a second look at this shot. Yeah, just eased away by Dent. In 2019, Gloucestershire and Leicestershire both got over 500 in the game at Grace Road first time round. That was a draw, you won't be surprised to know. And then in 2021, Leicestershire got 451 and bowled Gloucestershire out twice and won by an innings. Parkinson got 10 wickets. So there's been a bit of a history of big batting totals.
Hole in, that's down the leg side, and good stop by Hanscom. Doesn't take it cleanly, but that's a great stop. Leicestershire, I've got a lot of time for as a county. They got a very forward-thinking CEO in Sean Jarvis, and they've released plans recently to upgrade the Upton Steel, I think it's called now, Stadium, or Grace Road, as it was in the old days. And he's come up with some very sort of interesting ticket prices for the T20 campaign, Blast campaign last year. His hole, short and wide, and Dent cuts, and that's going to go 1-2 bounces away for 4 runs. And I think Josh Hull needs to work out that you don't bowl in that area to Chris Dent. So Sean Jarvis, he came up with some innovative pricing for the T20 Blast campaign, and he was rewarded with some really good crowds. And I think he's a really forward-thinking CEO.
So when you say innovative, what do you mean by innovative?
Well, I believe that they had some sort of attractive marketing and was priced competitively, shall we say. Hole in, Dent defends.
No ball.
No ball.
Yeah, I mean, the concept of what I would describe almost as 3-tier pricing for T20 seems to be not unusual around the circuit. So if you want to buy your ticket in March, let's say, or very early, you get a very early bird price, and then there's an on-the-day price, and there's one in between if you book ahead, which is for those who are a bit more cautious but want to say, okay, the weather looks good, I do want to go.
Hole to Dent, who again puts him through the offside. He's hitting it either side of Rayhan Ahmed at point. And that one went in front for 4 runs. Yeah, I think Gloucestershire have also been very good as well in that respect. I mean, we sold out Friday night for the West Country derby against Somerset.
I mean,
Credit must go to the club.
I've no idea how many of those tickets would have been bought on the early bird
I've got no idea.
rate.
I don't know.
But some people would have had that date marked in the diary and said, right, I will book my ticket because I'm going to gamble on whether the weather's okay or not.
Yeah.
But we've had such a dry period since the end of April that you could book it 3 weeks or so ahead, and all the models were saying there was going to be an extended period of good weather, so every chance it was going to be decent, which of course it was. And Dent's already forced one of the slips out of the cordon.
Oh, that's a strangled appeal. The bowler and wicket keeper aren't interested, but Rishi Patel at first slip and Colin Ackerman at second both like the look of it. I think it was a little bit high and a little bit leg sidey, wasn't it? Yeah. Didn't really have a lot going for it. But yeah, I think Leicestershire have, they've been through the doldrums in recent years. I think even the most avid Leicestershire fan would admit that, but it's good to see them bouncing back this season with a few wins under their belt, and they're also a club really in touch with their community as well. Hole short and wide, and Dent gets this one again in front of cover, and after just 4 overs, Gloucestershire are going at 6 and over. Chris Dent punishing the youngster Hull. He's on to 21. Ben Charlesworth on 1, and we are going to see a little Oxfordshire battle coming up with Chris Wright, who is from Chipping Norton originally, same area as the Taylor brothers. Going to be bowling at Ben Charlesworth, who's an Abingdon lad.
Yes, Hull's 2 overs have cost 22. So what does his skipper do? He's got the break on at one end with the control from Chris Wright. Does he immediately look elsewhere with Tom Scriven as their third seamer? How long does he give the young teenager? Difficult after an expensive opening stint like that. Right in again to Charlesworth, just pushed out to Ahmed, who, as Dan said, is at point. They don't have anybody in the gully, Leicestershire, at the moment, and they're keeping 3 slips for Wright.
There's the picture on your screen. Been very dry in the last one. We had a little bit of a shower here last night, didn't we?
Well, you may have done. I say it was very, very light where I was.
Well, I'm about half an hour to the south of here.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure. I was fast asleep here.
Right again to Charlesworth. Oh, that's a bit wider and just coming back a little bit, but again taken by Hanscom. When this fixture was announced and when his signing was announced, Dan was getting very excited about seeing Ajinkya Rahane. And of course, he is batting in the World Test Championships for India on day 5 at the Oval. So as soon as he was selected in that party, the chances of him being here today receded to 0. Right. And Charlesworth goes back.
Got runs in the first innings, didn't he? Got 89.
Yeah, and got hit several times as well in that knock.
Yeah. Yeah, brave innings.
India with a lot to do today. Only 7 wickets in hand. But with Kohli and Rahane starting the day, they will certainly, I believe they can at least make it competitive. And it's just the total of the runs, not necessarily the run rate that was the issue. Right, and it's pitched a bit further up. Right, Ahmed's on the chase as Charlesworth steers him away behind point, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2. Was it you who said earlier that it feels like the calm after the storm on Friday? I think that's what I think quite a few of the spectators here today feel as well, as they sort of ambled in very leisurely fashion. It wasn't necessary to get here 2 hours before the game to make sure you got a seat. As,
it's quite nice a game starting on a Sunday though, isn't it?
yes, and just looking forward at start dates. Here is Wright, and again Charlesworth defends. This is the. It sounds weird to say this. Here we are. We haven't even got to the longest day of the year yet, and this is the penultimate red ball game in Bristol this summer.
Yeah.
The only other one starts on a Tuesday, so this is the last day of weekend red ball cricket, and the date today is June the 12th.
Yeah. We do go to Cheltenham. He said Chelmsford there.
Yes.
We do go to Cheltenham.
And the start dates there are Thursday and Wednesday, so we could have some weekend cricket in both of those games. Right in, and Charlesworth lets that go. He is a good leaver, as we know. He judges the leave pretty well as a rule. And I think having batted down the order in the T20, and I know Marcus Harris is away, and it's been signposted for some time that Charlesworth would open when Harris went off to the Ashes, which was the perceived pattern of the season. He will look forward to opening in a red ball game again.
Yeah, we are going to see a change from the pavilion end. Tom Scriven is going to come into the attack, who's another one who hails from Oxfordshire. Oxfordshire people everywhere, aren't there? Ex-England under-19 player. He's 24 years old now. And came through the Hampshire sort of age groups where he got a massive score for Hampshire under 17. I think it was a record in age group cricket for them. He got 288. Well, I think when he was just 16 years old.
I have a suspicion that he played in the One Day Cup here last season,
Yeah,
and got wickets. He might have even got 4 actually. Just check that card.
He did. Leicestershire won that game, didn't
They did.
Yeah, here he comes in from the pavilion end down the leg side to Chris Dent. Scriven, no, he only bowled 2 overs, none for 6. Louis
right.
Kimber got
Kimber
4.
got the wickets. Right.
Yeah, Louis Kimber got 4.
And he's obviously in the team as well.
Yeah, Mulder, nearly said Mulder and Scully there. Mulder and Barnes, who both miss out of Leicestershire's squad today. They both played in that. They got a wicket apiece. Buran Hendricks got a couple. And Chris Wright got 1. Kimber got 68. He batted it very well. Oh, that's well bowled. That goes the other way there from Scriven. That just, first one shaped down the leg side, so would have been an in-swinger to the left-handed Chris Dent, and that one just held its line somewhat and goes through to the gloves of Peter Hanscom. Yeah, so the Leicestershire side that day were Welsh, Patel, Kimber, Lilly, Hill, Mulder, Swindles, Barnes, Wright, Scriven, Hendricks. Here is Scriven bowling to Chris Dent.
Just conscious that I was listening to you're south of Bristol to get to the ground. I'm from the north, and I was listening to the forecast this morning. Thunderstorms warnings from basically lunchtime onwards across the old-fashioned county of Gloucestershire. And James here has just passed me a note to say apparently there is crashing thunder in Cheltenham at the moment. So there are storms about. It will be potluck whether you get them or not. And obviously we hope they dodge us.
Especially as we're wired into an electrical machine here.
Yes,
So, yes, please, if you could dodge us, I'd be eternally grateful. Last thing I need is a bolt of lightning through my ear hole. That's just turned round the corner there by Dent for a single. Goes down to Callum Parkinson. Comes into the side.
yes, he had been out injured and has only just recently come back and played in a couple of the T20s.
Yeah. I've always had a bit of time for Leicestershire, Ian. I always had a bit of, a bit of a soft spot. I was a big David Gower fan. He was my hero. I had a poster on my wall as a youngster, and obviously Gower came through Leicestershire. Scriven, that's well bowled to Charlesworth. That completes a very good over.
That's the control that Lewis Hill will want.
Yeah.
And I know it's brutal to take Josh Hull out of the attack after only 2 overs, but if you do concede a flurry of boundaries, you can't afford to waste the new ball. That was the second look at that last delivery, and there is obviously there are multiple sites that will tell you about rain radars, but that is one of them that James Healy's pulled up at the moment, and you can see where that band of rain may be.
Well, we might just miss that one. It's just to the, we might get it. It's just slightly to the east, isn't it?
Chris Wright still with the 3 slips and still looking for a first wicket here, but Chris Dender, of all people, will know. He hasn't faced much of Wright at the moment, but you know, when you've got an experienced operator at the other end, particularly with overhead conditions as they are, it's about seeing him out of the attack in this first hour or so, at least for a while anyway. It will be, though, fascinating to see what Ahmed and Parkinson get out of this pitch, even on the first day. Will it spin? Will there be any variation of bounce? Both, obviously, because Ahmed with leg breaks and Parkinson slow left arm, so in theory they're both turning the ball away from the right-hander. And Gloucestershire, top order-wise, they've got mostly left-handers. Bracey we'd expect to bat at 5, but ahead of him three left-handers and Ollie Price. Ollie Price probably at 3, just to break the left-handers up, and then 2 more, 4 and 5. Van Buren at 6. Actually looks quite a long batting order. With Danny Lamb in the team for the first time in the Championship, the batting order looks quite long. Tom Price batting at 9.
Do you think Price will bat below Lamb?
That's jagged back from Chris Wright, and Dent has to go back into his crease.
Yeah, do you think Tom Price will bat below Danny Lamb?
I think possible Lamb might bat at 7. I wonder if he might bat where, where Ryan Higgins used to. Zafar at 8, Price at 9.
That's quite a decent 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, it looks better, looks stronger. Right in, again that one a little bit shorter.
Leicestershire bat deep as well.
A strong, very strong first 5, you would say.
Ackerman's a stylish player. I like watching him bat. He's a lovely cover driver. Saw him at Merchant Taylor's. Leicestershire played at Merchant Taylor's against Middlesex a couple of years ago in a game that I covered in sort of COVID times. It was just after the Euro final when England lost to Italy.
Right, well that's the first one that's almost on the leg stump, but Dent can't get it away. And it's fielded by Sol Budinger. Opening bat. A bit of a dasher of an opening bat, if I may say.
Yeah, he came here with Nottinghamshire, didn't he, last year, and teed off from ball 1, just smashed it into the car park and into the city of Bristol College.
It was a shot of ball, wasn't it, almost?
He went mad, yeah. He's a really nice guy. We just had a chat with him, didn't we, before the start, because we actually wanted to know how you say your name. And he said, I'm not really sure myself, which I thought was brilliant.
Well, it's a typical
Budinger, apparently.
Typical humble cricketer's answer. You know, it's almost I don't mind.
Yeah, yeah. We're going to call him Budinger anyway. So we're talking about David Gower. I'll come on to it after this ball from Tom Scriven. Oh, that's just turned Charlesworth a little bit. So Gower joined Leicestershire in 1975 when they started, well, it's when they first won the county championship under Ray Illingworth. They also won it in 1996 and 1998, which I believe one of those years Leicester City won the League Cup and Leicester Tigers won the Rugby Premiership as well. So there were 3 trophies in the city of Leicester that season. They also won the John Player League in 74 and 77. Scriven in, and Charlesworth plays that out to mid-on. They've won the T20 in 04, 06 and 11. Paul Nixon, part of that side. Paul Nixon joked at the time when Richard III was found in a car park of a pub in Leicester that Paul Nixon had been in Leicester just as long, but I bet Richard III hadn't won a T20 tournament. It's Scriven. Short and wide, and that's cut, but Charlesworth can only find Rayhan Ahmed at backward point. Leicestershire also won the Benson Hedges Cups in 1972, 1975 and 1985. I think Peter Willey got runs for them in that final in 1985 from memory. And they had some decent players at the time. Brian Davison, he played here at Gloucestershire.
He did.
He hit it hard. That's gone through to Hanscom. He gave it a proper whack, didn't he, Brian Davison? He was I believe he was a soldier in the Rhodesian, or now Zimbabwean, army. And he was a very good player. Nigel Bryers, do you remember him? The Kudu, as he was known.
Why was he known as that?
I don't know. I don't know, but he was just known as Kudu. Scriven. That's a nice shot there from Charlesworth, but mid-off, who is Lewis Hill, the skipper, gets round quickly and cuts it off. I'm trying to think who else was in that side. They had Jack Birkinshaw, Roger Tolchard.
I was going to say, was that too late for Tolchard?
No.
It probably wasn't.
I think he played for England. He went on tour, didn't he, with England? But I don't think he ever played a test match, did he, Roger Tolchard? I think he went on the...
Would John Steele still have been playing then?
Yeah. Used to call everyone youth. Oh, that's a thick outside edge. Charlesworth's going to get 4 there, but he wasn't in control of that shot.
Might have heard the cry of catch it.
Yeah. Yeah, Steve James parked John Steele's car because Steele went to Glamorgan, didn't he? And he asked him to move his car in the car park. And Steve James actually put it in the hedge, reversed it into the hedge. But Steele just came out, raised one eyebrow with a quizzical look and said, "Mind the hedge, youth."
We've had an email from Tom, one of our regular Gloucestershire contributors. Morning, he says, a tad less lively in here today than Friday. Like the look of the team. Good to see a few people back. Not liking the drizzle though that nipped around a bit earlier on. Gloucestershire need to win to push up the table. Kind regards. Tom, thanks for that. Tom has a blog. He was also on Twitter at Rainstock Play Inspection at 3. That's a figure 3. If you want to follow him. And here is Chris writing now. Very grey conditions overhead, and that's again swinging into Dent. And it's another no ball. This time called at the far end of the ground. Paul Baldwin's at the far end today.
Junior Bumble at this end.
Graham Lloyd.
Yeah.
They've both got Panama hats on, so it's not...
They're both of the same height, more or
Not
less.
easy to distinguish between the two, but here he is right again to the sweated Dent, who Takes the bat away. Plenty of oohs and ahs from the slip cordon. Patel is a tall figure at first slip, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's about 6'1". I'm sure his mother, Rashmi, is listening in. If you are Rashmi, I hope you're well. And very nice lady.
Five saving one for Chris Wright. 3 on the offside. So fairly orthodox field at this point.
Patel was let go by Essex, and I thought he got a load of hundreds for their second 11. I'm surprised they let him go. But he's a product of Brentwood School, which counts alumni such as Frank Lampard and Noel Edmonds.
Neither of whom really have a frontline gig at the moment, do they?
No.
Here is Wright. That's again defended by Dent. As you can see, 33 for no wicket in the 9th over. The bulk of those coming in 1 over, where Dent was really viciously punishing on Josh Hull. He bowled 2 overs for 22. There were 4 boundaries in that second over, and even after only 2 overs, Lewis Hill was not prepared to let his young bowler have any more punishment. Took him out of the attack straight away. Right, again this time a bit straighter, and Dent just squeezes it out to Budinger at mid-wicket.
Now, Ian, Noel Edmonds, were you a swap shot man or were
No.
you a Tiswas man?
No, I wasn't really either, to be honest. No, I mean, I was aware of both.
Were you on BBC Two watching the Open University?
I was aware of both. And the Phantom Flanflinger, who of course was on Tiswas.
Tiswas, yeah.
With
Sally James, Lenny Henry.
and Chris Tarrant.
Yeah.
Here is Wright again. That swung, but very early on that occasion. And Budinger again fields.
Yeah, swap shop was Keith Chegwin. Was Maggie Phil been on there as well? John Craven was on there, wasn't he?
And John Craven still on the BBC now.
Yeah, what a career. What a career.
Wright's run isn't very long. Pushes off from down below our commentary position. And again, he's clearly switching the ball in his hand. Delivery to delivery to delivery, because he's swinging it both in and away from Dent. But the swing is quite early most of the time. So what he's looking for is the one that goes late. Dent again waits for him. And that one doesn't go at all, funnily enough. Last ball of the over. He's been economical from this Ashley Down Road end. Just 6 runs conceded in 5 overs. And Scriven has been applying the brake at the other end too. Just looking at Chris Dent this season in the Championship.
He's got second innings runs, hasn't he? I know this because he's in my fantasy side.
Yeah, he got 83 in the second innings in the draw against Worcestershire at New Road, and he got 78 in the second innings at Glamorgan. But first innings wise, top score was in the match against Sussex. He made 32.
Here's Scriven bowling to Charlesworth. That's a good delivery. Scriven's making the ball dance around a little bit here. It's good to see. As we said, good morning if you're listening in from sunny Leicestershire. We hope you're well. If you're chomping on your pork pie in Melton Mowbray, if you're in Ashby de la Zouche, we hope you're all right. There's our email address. Drop us a line. We love to hear from other
So-
fans.
So
as
this
well.
is the red Leicester against the double Gloucester, is it?
It certainly is. You're on fire this morning. You're on fire. Scriven in. Charles Wood defend. Now, talking of food, right?
As you often do.
Talking of food, right? If, say, you had like a bacon egg, what do you call it in a roll? Yeah, a bacon roll?
Would I call it a bacon roll?
Yeah. Or a bacon bap?
Well, it depends. A bap is flatter than a roll, isn't it?
Okay. If you're in Leicestershire,
Yeah.
they call it a cob. To me, a cob is a male swan. Charlesworth just nurdles that one into the leg side, into square leg, and they come and pick up a single. Here we go. Here's the bread debate. Look at this. So the cob is there. Now, I covered a game last year for the ECB and the Disability Premier League, and it was in a place called Neston on the Wirral. So I stopped off at, I think, sort of Leicester East services. And I asked
That's the
for
Forest East.
Forest East, that's it. And I was admonished. That's well bowled. Dent squeezes that one out. So I was admonished by the member of staff who told me that it was a cob and not a roll. And then I went slightly further over, and I think I stopped at Knutsford on the M6, which is in Cheshire, and it became a batch. It was exactly the same thing. There we go. Look, it's Stotty in Yorkshire. But yeah, Leicestershire, they'll call it a cob. A scuffler in Yorkshire, apparently. I've never heard of that.
So as far as I was aware,
Yeah.
you have if you were in Durham and you had a stotty, it wasn't a round bread type offering. Shall I call it that? Because
More of a baguette.
yes.
Am I bringing the French into this
No,
now?
yeah. But that is interesting, isn't it? As to what it's called as in different parts of the country.
Scriven from the pavilion end.
See, to
That
me,
goes
go
through
back to that. James got that graphic again. To me, a tea cake is something that might have raisins in it. So top left, that says that's a tea cake. Well, no, a tea cake's got to have raisins in it. It's got a fruit flavour.
Same with Barra in Wales. Barra Brith.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
a malt loaf thing, isn't it?
And I see what
Oven bottom.
I would have said a balm cake.
It's a bread roll. I mean, like, listen, I'm from London. Where the king lives, we speak the king's English. It's a roll. That completely over 36 for none. We talk about some strange stuff on here, don't we? We really do.
Right. Into Charlesworth, who, again, happy to let it go. Happy to probably feel that he doesn't have to attack and play that impatient type of cricket that T20 demands. This feels like more his game, although he has been clearly a developing player with his T20. He hadn't played a T20 until this season, but has made a couple of significant contributions with the bat. But the long-term strategy for him always seemed to be that he would develop into an opener, and he is only 22 still. So it feels like he's been around a while because he made his debut at 17. Right, well, that's pitched up. Appeal, but not from the bowler. Maybe he heard two sounds. There was a very, very amusing incident which I heard in the car over the weekend. It was the end of the Indian first innings, except it wasn't the end, where Australia thought they'd taken the 10th wicket. They walked as if to go off the field. The batsman reviewed it, and there was a big nick. And so he clearly knew. The Australians didn't believe it. Right again, forces Charlesworth just to play that quietly up to mid-off. And they were all had to turn tail and come back out. It was only about another 10 minutes before the last wicket went down anyway, but it was just that sort of ultra confidence. Yep, we've got him. And ultimately the review was turned to be accurate. Couple of emails, Dan. Do you want to do the first one, and I'll do the second one?
I'll do M. M. Jackson has sent us a lovely email. Hope you will.
Right. It's shorter. I would want to pitch a bit further up than that. Adam says, morning from Morton in Marsh. Sunday lunch booked today for 1:15. So I'm watching the morning session. Would settle for 80 for 1 after our past first inning scores. I would always go for swap shot myself. He said, we were World of Sport or were you World of Sport or Grandstand? Always World of Sport for me. Of course, the great Dickie Davis recently passed away. Indeed, he did. So often the face of that programme for I'm thinking 20 years plus.
I flicked. I would always prefer Grandstand.
Right. Ian and Charlesworth might pinch a single there. No, but Budinja makes a good stop.
I always prefer Grandstand, but when the gymnastics came on, for instance, or whatever, you'd flick to World of Sport for the wrestling. It's sort of about 3:45, wouldn't you? And Big Daddy, Giant Haystacks. So Jimmy Breaks, Mark Rollerball Rocco.
Of the same era, Fred Dinage used to deputise when Dickie was on his holidays. And Fred Dinage was still presenting, I think, maybe until as recently as last year on the BBC in the South. So based from Southampton.
Yeah.
So he also had a very long career. Bowling change. So Lewis Hill not hanging about here. 36 for no wicket, no breakthrough. We're going to see what the spinners can do. We'll see, or at least one of them.
Yeah, we're going to see Callum Parkinson into the attack. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-handers. I think Leicestershire have looked at this and saw that Axar Patel for Durham picked up 10 wickets in the last game here. So Bristol is receptive to a bit of spin. But World of Sport had some strange things. I remember having plane racing. They used to go around this thing. They used to race these planes in the States. And then all of a sudden you see a big plume of smoke in the distance. And the announcer, would come. Ladies and gentlemen, we are really sorry, but we have just lost John Hartley Jr. III. So they used to have some really strange things going on there.
Rather less strange, Callum Parkinson's going to have a bowl.
Yeah. He's just setting his field at the moment. M said, a quick question. After the failure versus Somerset over the weekend, do you think we'd be better having all the T20 blast in a set window, just like the IPL, and then go back to the county championship in the height of the summer, or keep this sort of block format? There's Parkinson's first ball. That's just turned around the corner. He's got the short leg there, who's just slightly backward.
Only in position.
Who is Budinja?
We should emphasise. We're not saying he's backward.
No, we're not saying he's backward. He's a very nice guy, Sol Budinja. Australian, well, brought up in Australia. He was born in Essex. I think he's a Colchester lad originally. But M says, I'll come on to it after this ball from Parkinson. Again, he's turned this time by Charlesworth. Moves him on to 9.
I told you to say, I don't think he's bowling spin here. It almost looks as if he's
cutters.
He's almost bowling a very gentle medium pace.
Yeah, I think he is bowling spin. He's just bowling sort of cutters, isn't he? Like sort of deadly Derek Underwood back in the day. M says that she
and the
thinks
players are going off.
Here we go. Well, let me just come on to this email before that happens. I think Gloucester need to be batting at the end of the day to have a chance of winning, else it's a case of being rooted to the bottom of the division all year. She's looking forward to Durham versus Gloss in a a couple of weeks maybe, and will be sitting on my hands and says, P.S. It's a sarnie, surely. Well, I think you're right there, Em. Definitely.
But
here's the rain.
There is clearly some drizzle in the air, and umpires Lloyd and Baldwin have decided to take the players off in the 12th over. So basically 45 minutes cricket, and not only is the pitch going to be covered, is the wicket going to be covered, but
Yeah, I think we're on for a little bit here.
the big sheet is being dragged on from the area in front of the mound stand, and that will be to at least to cover 2 of the worn wickets, which of course when you get rain like this they can become quite muddy, so that's what the ground staff will be keen to sort out. It's not heavy at the moment, but clearly the worry is that it may get heavy quite quickly. So
the news this morning is Gloucestershire won the toss and elected to bat. They've got through 45 minutes this morning. They are without any damage. Ben Charlesworth on 9 not out. Chris Dent is on 23 not out. The bowling figures for Leicestershire: Chris Wright, 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 8. Josh Hull went for 22 off 2. Dent was particularly severe on him. Scriven Bulwell, just 3 overs, went for 6 runs. And Callum Parkinson there has just bowled 2 balls, and each of them had a single taken off them. We're going to take a little break, I think. We're going to love you and leave you, and you go and chomp on your pork pie up in Melton Mowbray, or go for lunch up in Moreton in Marsh, or whatever you want to do, and we'll be back shortly.
yeah, it is currently now raining, we can say, here in Bristol, so we'll leave you for the moment, and we'll be back as soon as there is any news of a resumption here at the Seat Unique Stadium, with Gloucestershire 38 without loss. There's the card. In your own time. Oh, welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. Welcome to coverage of this first day, and there is the welcome sight of players reappearing after a break for rain. We went off at about 11:45. One might say astutely timed for the former players' lunch, which has now, it's kind of, the formal part of that is now coming to an end, handily, for the resumption of play. Umpires Graham Lloyd and Paul Baldwin had a look at 1:30 and then basically said to the ground staff, okay, how long are you going to need to get things ready for play again? We'll look again in an hour. They looked at an hour and said, right, 15 minutes, we're going to be underway. So I'll recap the measures now of the day in terms of hours of play and overs lost and such like in a moment, but we're partway through a Callum Parkinson over, and he's going to be bowling to Chris Dent. Dent has 23, as you can see. Ben Charlesworth has 9, and here is Parkinson, first ball off the resumption with a slip in, and it's clipped away by Dent for a single and fielded by Lewis Kimber at mid-wicket. So but there will be 28 overs lost at the moment on the day. The radar suggests we will hopefully get away without any further interruptions. That will mean the day will be 67 overs, 68 overs. Parkinson now to Charlesworth, and that's down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Hanscom, and that may run away for 4 byes. The outfield's still pretty fast, even though we've had the rain, and 4 byes it is. So an untidy start for the keeper on his resumption. So 68 overs will be the duration of the day, so just over 2 sessions in reality, and tea will be fixed at 4:30 to try and split up the remaining time. Charlesworth again off his pads, works that away for a single, and Gloucestershire's intent here will be just to start or restart as they were ticking along when the rain came. They had the bonus of an expensive early over from Hull, and again that's quite gentle from Parkinson, just chopped away down to Rishi Patel. Wasn't moving very easily when he got towards that, just a hint of perhaps a dead leg there as he was walking back into his position. That's the conclusion of Parkinson's over. There's the card on your screen, 45 without loss from 12 overs, but one of those went for 16 and contained a no ball from Josh Hull. And having had a breather, even though he's bowled unchanged so far from this Ashley Down Road, and Chris Wright's going to continue. 6 overs for 8 runs he bowled at the start of the day. Pretty good control, and he's still got the 3 slips in. Right to Dent, who cuts, but straight to Rian Ahmed, who is at point. Dan Whiting has stayed over on the pavilion side of the ground today, but there's a very good reason for that, and he will be back with us shortly. James Healy has ever on camera duty, and still quite grey overhead, but by no means dark as Wright comes in once again, and that's let go by Dent. Just give you some scores from elsewhere around the country. I think we were in a unique situation here in that everywhere else play was uninterrupted, certainly at the time we went off. Australia have won the World Test Championship. They've beaten India at the Oval by 209. Bowled them out in their second innings for 234. Here is Wright again to Dent, who can let that go. Bat one out of the way. So in the second division, all 8 sides playing in this round. Quite a morning at Chesterfield. Derbyshire all out for 111 against Yorkshire, who are already 71 for 1 in reply. The wickets there, Matthew Fisher 5 for 30 and Josh Code 3 for 28. With them doing the main damage. Dent waits bat raised again for right. That's coming back at him, but there's bat and pad there just as well. White has looked to have far the most control of the Derbyshire bowlers so far. At Chester Street, Glamorgan up against the leaders Durham, and they're 171 for 3 with runs again for Kieran Carlson and Sam Northeast in that game. They've so far put together a stand of 90 for the 4th wicket. Right, with a flannel flopping at the back of his trousers with a steered ball from Dent on the bounce out. Trying to get past Kimber at 3rd slip but couldn't do it. Kimber with the stop. And at Hove, where it's 2nd against 3rd, Sussex against Worcestershire. Sussex 146 for 6. Batting first, and all 6 wickets to Jack Leach. Sorry, to Joe Leach, as you were. That was a poor mistake, a yellow card for me there. Joe Leach with all 6 wickets. And he has currently 6 for 51, which is taking some doing, and that innings held together to some degree by Ollie Carter, who's 51 not out. Here, Gloucestershire's opening pair still together at the end of Wright's first over after the resumption, and Leicestershire are going to go back to Tom Scriven. So they were clearly just trying to mix things up and try and get an initial breakthrough at the pavilion end before the break. Hull bowled 2 overs, the second one of which was very expensive. Scriven had bowled 3 overs for 6, hadn't done much wrong, but with the 2 openers still together, Lewis Hill was prepared to give Callum Parkinson at least a couple of overs, but he'd only bowled 2 balls when he went off, so he's gone back to his all-rounder again, and Scriven with almost like 2 slips and a floating 3rd. So Charles wasn't against, that's down the leg side. And this is one of the elements about playing a side with a quite a long run in the 2nd division. You notice when you get beyond the main seam attack that the accuracy you find from a 3rd and 4th seamer in the 1st division isn't quite the same. Here is Scriven in once more, and that's through to Hanscom. We had a debate about bakery products in the morning session, shall we say. A couple of emails we didn't get to. Tom on the ground today, says I had a piece of Bara Brith with me. Lovely moist cake, less dense than a malt loaf, and no need for the additional butter which malt loaf often demands. Down the leg side again from Scriven. That's cleanly taken by Hanscom on this occasion. And William Tench says it might be worth knowing that in the great roll debate you had earlier, the Thatcher's Cafe on the ground calls them Baps. Best wishes, William. William, thank you for that. If you are listening or watching, or perhaps both, from up in the East Midlands, you're very welcome to our coverage here in Bristol. Leicester, of course, already with a win in the Championship so far this season. Up at Headingley. Here is Scriven to Charlesworth in the air very briefly as he clips it into the leg side. But it's fielded by Josh Hull. Certainly up talking to our BBC colleague Richard Ray, who follows Leicestershire home and away across the summer. His view was that Leicestershire would pick both spinners, and I'm sure they, as Gloucestershire were hoping to win the toss and bat so that they'd hopefully be bowling last on a pitch that may turn. That's again left by Charlesworth. Scriven's got to learn that if it is outside the off stump early in the innings, Charlesworth won't play. He will play at balls he has to, but he does leave a lot, and that will frustrate the bowler. So Richard was saying that he thought that both Ahmed and Parkinson would both play, which of course they are. Scriven again down the leg side. The direction is the issue at the moment for him. He's bowling two sides of the wicket, which I'm sure his captain, indeed Scriven himself, will be a bit irritated by. There is the detail of the partnership. Started promptly at 11 o'clock this morning, but had quite a long rain break. We've had a delay in play that will lose 28 overs on the day. You can, of course, drop us an email if you're around this afternoon. Commentators, once the scoreboard just removes me, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. And Dan and I will do our best when he gets back to address points, questions, opinions, all welcome. Here is Chris Wright. An extended spell for him here, albeit either side of that rain break, and that again a little bit of extra bounce might have gone out of a follow through foothold at the other end, that, but certainly the indication has been that the bounce from this Ashley Down Road end is more pronounced than at the other end, the pavilion, and Josh Hull in particular had one that didn't get up very much at all. Edged and just in front of Colin Ackerman. Played that with very soft hands, Chris Dent. Ackerman didn't appeal, he knew he'd caught it on the half volley. But here's another look at it. Ackerman at second slip. That's the line that he wants to try and get to, just to pull Dent forward a little bit. Anything which is short, as Hull found out, he's quite prepared to cut away through the offside. Right again, and that's a bit straighter. And he's been quite lively, Chris Wright, today. Not express pace, but sharp enough that he's caused a problem or two. Forecast for tomorrow suggests that you might get through without any interruptions, but with showers you can always catch one. Certainly forecast for Tuesday and Wednesday is settled and warm and dry again. That's the end of Wright's over. And how long Lewis Hill will feel he can keep going here. And in fact, no sooner as I say that, and the umpires have decided that either there is more rain in the air or there is more rain coming, but they've asked the ground staff to get ready once more with the covers, and sadly that was a very short period of play. Gloucestershire adding only 7, and more calculations to be made over a delay. Leicestershire still looking for their first wicket, and Graham Lloyd and Paul Baldwin asking the ground staff to reinstall the covers they took the best part of an hour to remove not so long ago. So a shame for those who've been patiently waiting for a second bout of play in the day. And there are the ground staff with the covers on the one side. The obviously the pitch covers have to be put in place first, and then the covers on the square will be hooked up. Players making their way up the steps, and it will mean a third start for Messrs Dent and Charlesworth as and when play is able to resume. I mean, come out now, having had best part of 3 hours off the field, and then to come out and find that within 12 minutes they're back in the pavilion again. So only a brief session of play to bring you at this point. At the moment though, not too much of a hurry with the covers on the periphery of the square. The ground staff just making sure that the cover that covers the worn wickets just towards the mound stand is in place, because they will be at risk of getting muddy if there was any persistent rain. But there's just enough drizzle for the umpires to take the players off, with Gloucestershire still with the opening pair together, Dent on 25 and Ben Charlesworth on 10. So sadly we're going to have to leave you with a caption again that says, as you can see, another rain delay, and some sympathy with the ground staff to apply the covers once more, and we wait to see whether this is hopefully a short interruption to play. 2:45 when we resumed, the umpire said that tea would be at 4:30. They wouldn't want, I don't think, to change that, because it would leave a very, very long afternoon session unless this delay is extended to any point. So for the moment we'll leave you from the Seat Unique Stadium after just a mini session of just 12 minutes. Gloucestershire have advanced to 45 without loss, but the game hasn't really got very far off the starting blocks on this first day, when Gloucestershire won the toss and decided to bat. No more news from here as soon as there is anything to bring you regarding play or a change in the playing hours for the remainder of the day. But for the minute, we'll leave you with pictures of what's going on in the middle and the scoreline of Gloucestershire 45 without loss. We'll talk to you again soon.
superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
Welcome to Gloss Cricket TV, and I am delighted to be joined by an absolute legend here at Gloucestershire. Welcome back to Bristol, Zahir Abbas. Zahir, great to have you here.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
Good to be back in Bristol.
Oh yes, love it.
Yeah,
Love it.
Now I want to talk about your career because I think it was your second test, was it, or third test? It was pretty early in your career where you got
Second test match against England.
You got 274
That's
at
right.
Edgbaston,
At Edgbaston, yeah.
and that sort of catapulted you into the limelight in a way, didn't it?
That's very true. To score 200 runs against England in those days wasn't a joke.
No.
So I've done it. So you have to do something to prove yourself. So that's why you have to do it. My father told me, because he is graduate from Utah, not first of all Oxford University, and then he went to Utah State University. Look, son, I'm an educated guy. You're only a graduate, but you have to prove yourself to play for the county or something. Otherwise, leave cricket and keep on studying. So I thought, well, it's a challenge for me. So I came here, and before scoring a double 100 against England, before that I think I've scored double century or maybe 3 centuries before playing test match. When I got 274, and then I started getting calls from the counties, I said, well, father, now I can play cricket.
Yeah. Well, you had a number of counties interested in you, didn't you? And what made you choose Gloucestershire? What drew you to Neville Road or to the Seat Unique Stadium?
My
as well
luck,
now?
first of all, I must say my luck. And most of the guys, they told me, if you are going to play for Gloucester, there are good people there, so they will look after you.
Yeah.
So that's why I've signed.
Yeah. And you've just met Mike Proctor again back here for the day. What a wonderful player he was.
Oh, wonderful player. I adore him. And today I was touching his knee, means sir. It means sir.
Yeah.
So nice to see you, and
Yeah.
I respect him.
Yeah.
I respect him, what he was before and what he is now at the moment. But the respect will be there forever.
Yes, definitely. Now, 1976, you scored 2,544 runs here in a season, in one season. How, it must have been a wonderful summer for you.
Whenever you score a lot, it's always a good summer, whether it was cold or hot, but nothing like scoring runs.
Yeah.
That was my profession, to score runs. So I scored runs, and that's how people, they come to me and say, oh well, you were one of those players, we respect you, we love you, and what pleasure you have given us when you were playing. To hear from the public or from the crowd, it makes your day.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Not just the day, but it makes my day forever.
Yeah. It wasn't just 1976, it was 1981. You got over 2,000 runs in a season here at Bristol as well. I mean, that was a good summer as well.
Yes, actually, to score runs for Gloucester is always a good season for me, and I've done many times, not just 2,000, but sometimes 1,700 runs or something or the other. But the main thing is, I enjoyed.
Good stuff.
I enjoyed, and I always cherish. So whenever Bressy calls me here to come and meet my old players here, I love to come, and I will go to Cheltenham also to meet our players.
Yeah. 74 tests for Pakistan as well. You had a fantastic international career.
74 is quite less for me, actually. If you ask me, Pakistan never used to play that many test matches like other teams. They used to play like India, England, Australia, South Africa. South Africa in between, so they were not playing. But those were the countries, those were playing many test matches. But whatever and how many I've played for in those days, I'm thankful. Whatever performance I've given it to for my county and for my Gloucester.
Yeah. You played in an era where there was some wonderful overseas and there were some wonderful quick bowlers around the scene as well.
Oh my God.
Who was the quickest you faced?
Oh, Malcolm Marshall was the quickest one, and so many others, you know, on that given day, if you made a grassy wicket and a fast wicket, so even a medium pace bowler used to be the fastest bowler
Yeah.
you face.
Yeah.
And I've faced everyone.
Michael Holding.
And you name anyone. You name anyone. Our era, all of them used to be the fastest. Those days, only fast bowling survived. Spinners, oh well, somebody came and he bowled few overs, you hit them 6 or 4s, they will be changed. But fast bowlers, they will be there to cut your neck.
We just spoke about Derek Underwood and Procky telling a story about him setting a 7-2 field, and you just kept caressing him through the covers for sort of 3-4s and over.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some wonderful spinners around in that era as well.
Oh, yes,
Derek Underwood
yes.
being one of them.
And I tell you, those days the wickets was not covered.
Yeah.
Difficult to play all those spinners. So I played on those innings also, those wickets also. But I enjoyed. That's a challenge for a player.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't face the challenge, then what is cricket is all about?
Yeah.
If you are a great batsman and if you don't score centuries on a bad wicket or turning wicket or fast wicket, if you don't score, then you're a useless batsman.
Well, you had a wonderful one on your side in Pakistan in Abdul Qadir. He
Yes.
was a magician, wasn't he?
Yes, he was very good
Yeah.
right arm leg spinner. He died though,
Yeah,
but
sadly no
he
longer.
was very, very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good right arm leg spinner.
Yeah. And finally, what is your main memory of Bristol, of Gloucestershire?
The main thing is when I scored my 158 the first day at Preston, many counties came and Graham Parker also came from Gloucester. Okay, I want you to sign for Gloucester. I said, sir, I'm still playing. I don't want to be disturbed till I get out. I finish my innings. So I said, sir, try to come tomorrow. So he came back. And at that time I scored 274. I wish I could have scored more runs. But you have to be happy with whatever you have done.
Yeah.
Whatever you have done. And I'm thankful to God.
Yeah.
Thankful to God.
Well, he's in his 70s now, and I reckon he's still capable of scoring a 274. Ladies and gentlemen, Zahir Abbas. Thank you.
there's the scene at the Seat Unique Stadium. Welcome back. It's 12 minutes past 5, as you can see, and we've only had 12 minutes cricket since about 11:40 this morning. A mini session, either side of which 2 extended breaks for rain. Not that we've had that much rain, to be honest, but we now are going to have 21 overs, and I thought it was 21 overs and 2 balls left, but the scoreboard says 22.2. And Gloucestershire are 45 without loss. Chris Dent has 25, chiefly as a result of 1 over this morning when he hit 4 boundaries off young Josh Hull, and Ben Charlesworth has 10.
I think it's 21.2.
I'm sure it's 21.2, so we think that will take the total to 36 for the day, and that's a little over a session, but it will eat into the time in the game. But just to say, if you haven't been with us all day, we have played out an interview that Dan did with Zahir Abbas earlier on this afternoon at the former Players' Day. If you didn't catch it earlier, we will play it out again during either lunch or tea tomorrow. So it's about 8 minutes long, and it's just Dan talking cricket with a great man of cricket.
Yeah, in the presence of greatness, and it was an honour and a privilege to do that interview with one of the, you know, Gloucestershire have got a rich history here, and he's probably in the top 5 players here of all time.
There are 2 balls left in this Chris Wright over, and Chris Dent plays the first one back out on the offside. So this feels like a little sort of shortish session here, 21.2 overs, where the gain is really only Leicestershire's, Dan, isn't it?
Yes, although saying that, I mean, if, say, Gloucestershire score at 4 and over this afternoon, which I don't see any reason why not, I'll come on to it after this ball.
So right to complete the over that was partially finished when we went off. So 45 without loss, Gloucestershire, and we're going to play till around about 6:30, so there'll be about an hour and a quarter's cricket between now and the close.
Yeah, so if Gloucestershire score 4 and over, then you're looking at, you know, 120 odd by the end of play, and we can, you know, the game starts to move on a little bit then, doesn't it? So long way to go in this game. We're going to see Josh Hull from the pavilion end bowling to Ben Charlesworth.
Do you think, though, that the loss of play today is increasing the chance of both sides batting big in the first innings by the close of day 3? That's what. Well, Gloucestershire might think, well, can we only bat once? And Leicestershire's response will be, well, if we bat big, then Gloucestershire have to set the game up if they want to win.
Yeah, they certainly do. They certainly do. Here's Hull. First ball from the pavilion end, and just turns Charlesworth a little bit there. And it's a no ball.
So he's not got much rhythm today, Josh Hull. Bowled a loosener that was cracked away for the first ball that he bowled of his first over. He then was hit for 4 boundaries in the second over and then taken off, and he's come back at the end of the day, having not had a bowl in between, and started with a no ball. A bit of nervous tension, I suspect.
Here he comes, past Graham Lloyd as Charlesworth gets onto the front foot and solidly defends that. I'm just looking for the score at lunch, actually.
38 for naught at lunch, technically, and then 45 for no wicket when they went off after the 12-minute session. And just to expand a bit on Dan's interview with Zahir, he was here today as part of a group of former players, for sure, but also that included 5 players who played in the Gillette final in '73.
50 years on. Hull. Charlesworth again defends. And we had the Gillette Cup.
That was also here today.
Yeah, the Gillette Cup. It's
quite
an
an
iconic trophy.
Quite a small trophy, that, actually.
Yeah, but iconic It's strange, you know, it's an unusual shape for a trophy, isn't it? I think sort of when you see it, you go, oh, that's the Gillette Cup, because it's sort of it's like a two-tiered cake, isn't it? It's like a wedding cake in a way.
Yeah.
Holds coming in past the umpire to Ben Charlesworth, just strays onto his legs, and Charlesworth whips him through the leg side, and that's going to dampen the ball a little bit, and that is the 50 up in the, what over are we, 15th over, 16th over, 16 overs gone and the 50's up. Charlesworth's on 14, Chris Dent is on 25.
And just to talk about that 73, because there were 5 players here today who played in that 73 final.
Yeah.
Zahir,
Yeah.
MJ Proctor,
Yes.
Jim Fote, who ran out Tony Gregg,
Jim Fote, yes.
Andy Stobold, who, as our host Andy Brassington today reminded us, got into the team for the semi-final and then kept his place in the final in place of Roy Swetman.
Hull in, and Charlesworth defends.
And a left armour as well. We're just thinking of Josh Hull bowling. Jack Davey was
Yeah.
the Devonian left armour in that team, and looked as slim today as he actually looked slimmer today than when he was playing. If we're honest.
Yeah, the same can't be said for all of them. But,
No,
you know.
no, there were a few who looked as if they probably hadn't quite done as much physical exercise since they finished playing.
Lovely story with Jim Fote. I'll come on to it after this ball from Josh Hull. Oh, that's well bowled. That shapes away from Charlesworth. Jim Fote, after that 73, has gone out after the game in his white, still with a Gillette winner's medal around his neck, and has tried to jump the queue in the fish and chip shop. To which someone who was obviously not a Gloss fan took umbrage with him and punched him on the nose.
Yeah, and the other thing that actually Jack Davey did mention was that that game was played on a Saturday.
Charlesworth leaves that alone. That's the end of the over.
And Gloucestershire had a John Player League game on the Sunday at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
And here is a picture of Roger Gibbons, chief guru of the museum here in Bristol, with the Gillette Cup today. And I think Roger said that it hadn't been out of Lords for 10 years, but it was coming to Gloucestershire, and it was also going to Sussex as well, because it is 60 years since they won the inaugural competition, and therefore they are also having a commemorative day there as well. How crazy is this? We now have hazy sunshine at the end of a rather grey and murky day.
Yeah. 60 over competition back then as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, here's Chris Wright to bowl, and Chris Dent again defends. And there is the photograph of those 6 players we mentioned. So left to right, Roy Swetman, A.W. Stovold, on MJ Proctor, Jack Davey, J.C. Fote, Zahir Abbas and D.A. Graveney. There we are. That's the Roy Swetman played in all the rounds up to and including the quarter-final, but lost his place to Stovold for the semi. Darted away by Dent straight to the fielder at cover. I got a little story about that run actually. I think it was it 73? Yes, it was. I was on holiday with my parents in Seaton that year, and the quarter-final was at Essex, and the old Light programme had a special cricket show which started, I think, at 6:30 to take in the finish of all 4 games.
Wow.
Those are the days. And I remember saying, you know, can we make sure that we get back
Yeah.
to our, I think it was a chalet then, so we could actually listen to the conclusion of the cricket. That's very old school, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
And I think that the Essex game was quite tight, quite a tight finish as well, as I recall.
Massive credit also has to go to Andy Brassington, who organises this every year.
He hosts those things so well.
Yeah.
Right to Dent. Oh, that's a best ball he's bowled today. Probably the best ball bowled by anybody today. That really did take off.
Yeah.
And Dent did well to stay inside the line. A second look at that. So a good line and a bit of bounce for right. Didn't deviate too much, but that was quite sharp.
Yeah. Yeah, Andy Brassington, huge credit needed for him. Good guy, Andy.
Right. Again to Dent, who pulls. That was too short and a bit too straight, really. And Dent able to pull it away behind square for 4. Good shot. I mean, one of the ones, I say, he does cut and pull very well. And Gloucestershire go on to 55 without loss. And just thinking about sort of some of those players, you know, Zahir was here for 13 years, 72 to 85. Davy Graveney here from 72 to 90. And Andy Stovall 73 to 90. And he then went on to coach the second 11 until 2008. So there's a lot of Gloucestershire, very deep roots there with those 3 players in particular.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Right, still with 3 slips. And Dent drawn forward. And it's the end of the over. Right has bowled unchanged in these 3 small sessions of play that we've had. He has bowled 9 overs for 12, so he's very economical. You can see the figures, and the work at the other end has been shared by Hull, Scriven and Parkinson. And
Always tell Andy Brassington, because he makes things happen, doesn't he? He's a sort of, in a way, a creative. And I always say that he's probably the most creative man to come out of Stoke-on-Trent since Josiah Wedgwood.
And the Walkers and Talkers idea is a prime example of that.
Yeah, yeah.
And he told the story of how it came about. I think it was during the Sussex match. Read him on the stream.
It's Josh Hull. Charles Worth.
And it's just that thing of sometimes, you know, the best ideas are the simple ideas.
Yeah.
And it is, because you've been down to speak at those meetings, and you know the concept is relatively simple. You meet at 10, have a coffee, do a lap of the ground, come back, and there's a speaker at 11 o'clock for you to listen to. Yeah. And even if you don't know anybody, the common thread of loving cricket is what ties everybody together. Yeah,
Andy Brassington's got some wonderful guests here. I mean, we've had Graham Gooch, we've had Josh Hull coming in. That's defended. But he's had a wide range of speakers from the world of television, from, you know, newsreaders, Bristol City players, Bristol Rovers players, Bristol Rugby Club players. And, you know, there really is a fantastic community, and it sort of caters for that certain age group here who, you know, have got a bit of time on their hands in the week. At sort of Wednesdays they meet at 10 o'clock, don't they? Oh, and that shapes away. Charlesworth leaves it alone. And then at the other hand, you've got the club doing community things like last Sunday against Middlesex, where there were just hundreds of kids running around the ground, all the players from Gloucestershire and the Western Storm ladies, you know, either sort of umpiring or getting involved and playing in sort of impromptu games of cricket on the outfield. And it just goes to show what a wonderful community club this is, and catering for the next generation and the previous generation as well. Charlesworth leaves that one again.
Interesting approach, Hull, as he's got. It's quite smooth until he gets into the delivery stride, and then you sort of want him to push through that stride, and it tends to be, it's almost as if it's almost as if he's pulling up, and then there's a bit of a jerky delivery.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he thought, if you really push through with that, I'm not saying he's slow, and I say that in context, he's not slow, but well, that he would even generate more pace. He's got the height, 6'7". He's clearly got ability, but as we know, every bowler's action is unique to them.
That one again goes through to Peter Hanscom. Hanscom has been in his 4th county here in England now. 5th county, sorry, he was here at Gloucestershire. He was at Yorkshire, Middlesex, Durham, here at Gloucestershire now at Leicestershire. He's Middlesex's skipper up until last year. And he's renowned as one of the good guys around the circuit. To Charles Worth, who plays that
given
one.
his spell here was relatively short, only 7 games in one summer, and you would have seen him a bit, Dan, do you think that he hasn't quite shown his abilities kind of consistent? I mean, you'd say, well, somebody who's played 20 tests, you'd say, well, I mean, he's clearly got ability. So, in a sense, well, why has he played for 5 counties? He's got a reputation as a nice bloke.
Well, you've got to be able to do it out in the middle. I mean, you can be the Don Bradman of blokes, can't you? But you've got to actually do the thing out on the 22 yards out in the middle.
I don't know. So his world average is 39, which is very clearly very good. That's swinging from right, and Chris Dent is out LBW, and I think he knew. As soon as it struck the pad, that was swinging. That's probably the best delivery that Wright has bowled. The one in the last over was pretty sharp, but this one was the one that went in the air, and it straightened as well. And nothing that Chris Dent could do about that. And he gets to 29, so still really looking for that big first innings score in red ball cricket this season. But he got a good one there.
Yeah, he did. Just shape back into him, and it was pretty adjacent there, I thought. And Chris Dent has been out LBW in both the home games and at least one innings this season.
Ollie Price walking out at number 3. And this, as we said, this breaks up the left-handers to have a right-hander in with Hammond and Bracey to follow.
I'm a big Ollie Price fan. Not only is a cricketer, but he's also, well, he's not the Don Bradman of blokes, but he's the Zahir Abbas of blokes, isn't he? He's a quality chap.
And championship-wise this year, he's only played in 3 of the 6 matches. He's obviously been finishing his studies at Durham. Top score is 31, but that feels like with an average of 19, it feels like an average that's going up, or should be going up, based on what we've seen of him with the bat.
Yeah.
So Wright's just sorting out his field now to the right-hander. He's deserved that wicket actually, because he's bowled tightly, but that one bad ball that Dent put away. But apart from that, he hasn't really given either of the openers anything to hit.
No, he's shaping it nicely, isn't he? He's shaping nicely. He's using the conditions. Anyone want to drop us an email? Give us a shout.
So here is right to Ollie Price, and that's going away from the right-hander. And too wide for Price to be interested in playing up first up.
There we are. Drop us an email and let us know. Let us know what you're having for your Sunday lunch.
Do you have a lunch at this time of day?
Yeah, I mean, Sunday lunch can be any time. I think any time from 12 till 7:30.
Really?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
3 slips for Ollie Price, and he's played that with soft hands down past the third of them, who is Lewis Kimber, and that's going to go all the way to the third man boundary for 4. So that rain hasn't had much impact on slowing the outfield up, has it? Hardly surprising given how dry it's been. So Price underway with a boundary. It'll say 4 in the book, it won't say how he played it.
He could quite well tell people it was a cover drive all the way along the floor.
But the key point was he played it with very soft hands, so there was never a chance there. If we can, during these overs with the quicker bowlers on, just update you on the other scores in the first division, where there's been a lot more play elsewhere than there has here, unfortunately. Right to Ollie Price. That again just wobbled a little bit in the air.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Price defends.
The thing is, generally right is the swing is early, it's out of the hand. But what that one to Chris Dent did is swung late back into him. And when you're a batsman, or a batter, you can see it come. When it's out of the hand and it's early swing, you can sort of pick that up quite easily. It's reasonably comfortable. But when it's late swing, that's deadly.
Right again, that one was pretty much with the arm, and Price defended. So elsewhere at Chesterfield, Derbyshire 111 all out, 5 wickets for Matthew Fisher, and Yorkshire 248 for 4 in reply. So already a sizable lead, and half centuries there for Shan Masood and for David Malan. In the game between the teams second and third in the table, Sussex 297 for 8 against Worcestershire, 76 there for wicketkeeper Ollie Carter, and 65 for Nathan McAndrew. Here is Rice, and then Price defends. That's the end of a successful over for Rice. There have been 5 wickets there for Joe Leach of Worcestershire, but Sussex closing in on a second batting point. And the other game is at Chester Street, where Glamorgan, who I think were bemoaning the fact they had a long journey to yesterday ahead of today's game, well, they've batted well, 340 for 5, and Kieran Carlson is 135 not out. He got a big 100 at Hove, didn't he, earlier in the season as well, in the game against Sussex. So he's backed that up today, and 60 there for Sam Northeast. So basically full days elsewhere, and we've been the one place, unfortunately, today to cop what rain there has been. 59 for 1 off 19.
Jacqueline Forsyth has emailed in, and I'll let you read that one out, Ian. I'll do the commentary of the over. Lovely lady. That's fetched a little bit there by Charlesworth.
So Jacqueline says, welcome back to the calm comfort of a county clash, she says, following the cold carnage of Friday. Very good alliteration. It does look like it's a good team today. I'm pleased to see Ajit Singh, Tom Price and Graham van Buren playing again. Let's hope for a first county win, or at least some batting bonus points. However, she says, it's been a deeply disappointing season so far. For the first time in many years, I begin to feel a dissatisfaction from the Shire. That is feeling from the Shire to Jacqueline herself.
That's left alone.
It's quite hard for ordinary members to understand just what is wrong. There never seems to be enough information regarding selection injuries or forward thinking. For instance, why no opportunity for the stout-hearted Josh Shaw in the blast, and why no selection for a much-needed Chris Dent and the aforementioned Ajit? We all have our own ideas, but it was very hard to watch that on Friday. Anyway, we shall be there tomorrow in the Clifton Suite as usual, weather permitting, as usual. You're welcome to join us. So very kind. We're actually probably not going to find that too easy tomorrow.
Just clipped away by Charlesworth, and he'll get
so
one.
I'm not clearly we are not the club's press office. A couple of suggestions on those thoughts. I think Ajit really has been kept for red ball cricket this year. He did bowl a lot in those first 6 matches.
Yeah.
And I think that in terms of his development, keeping him in one frame of mind for one format of cricket, I think is probably a sensible decision.
Yeah, I think he was sort of his workload. I think he just sort of struggled with an injury a little bit, perhaps.
Chris Dent has been fielding with a cast on a finger lately, so again I think he was probably kept for this game.
Yeah, his hole to Ollie Price, who defends it into the offside.
And yes, Josh Shaw has not been picked in the T20 side, but some of the other bowlers have done reasonably well.
They have. I mean, I do feel sorry for Josh. He's a top guy. But I think competition for
from his
places.
point of view, he's not getting in to either format, which I get. Must be deeply frustrating for him.
Yeah, and he's also sort of being 12th, which is very hard when you're down the leg side. So a little feather on there. They went up. But yeah, I think
that's only my view about those three players in particular.
Josh has been playing in the twos. He's been picking up wickets. He's also been picking up wickets for Bristol Cricket Club in the WEPL, the West of England Premier League. I believe that he's the leading wicket taker in the Premier Division there. I mean, I'd like to see Josh back, but I think competition for places is never a bad thing in any side, and I think it can only improve the squad. But it's an interesting email, Jacqueline, and you stick with the Shire. Price.
And if you look at the balance of this team, just bear in mind what Jacqueline said, Ajit fit again, liable to come back in. Tom Price fit again, liable to come back in. If you play Danny Lamb, I appreciate he is a loanee as a fourth seamer.
Yeah.
With Zafar, pleased by the hit, by the way, given the collision with Ben Wells on Friday, that Zafar was able to bat and be able to play in this game, then you're looking for one other seam bowler. And if the selection panel think that Zaman Akhtar is just perhaps a little bit different to the other two, maybe that's why he's got the nod. I mean, he obviously played in the one game against Durham. Here's Chris Wright to start a new over, and Charlesworth clips him to mid-on. They'll take one, and Lewis Hill went to throw at the stumps, but was never going to do it. And Charlesworth had his call answered quickly by Ollie Price. So the score ticks up to 61 for one, Charlesworth to 16. Was Josh Shaw seen as a little bit too similar to the other two? Zaman Akhtar, you brought him in for one game. Do you take him straight out again, or were the analysts, happy enough with what he produced to say, right, okay, he deserves another go? Right, still with those three slips, and that again just goes away from the right-handed Price a little, and he just steers it out in between backward point. There is Rian Ahmed and Sol Budinger at cover.
I mean, it's down to...
The coaches have to back their judgment.
They do, yeah.
We don't see them day in, day out in net practice or in club games on a Saturday. They have to back their judgment.
Yeah.
Price waits with his bat raised. Again, tries to play that aggressively, but doesn't time it. And it goes to mid-on. That's where Tom Scriven is. Had a couple of brief spells earlier on today. Looked tidy enough. But Danny Lamb's inclusion does just change the balance of the side a little bit.
So I think Tom Price is too low at number 9. I think he's a better batter than that.
Well, again, right, a little bit leg side, but Price not really interested at this stage in trying to do other than get his bearings and give Gloucestershire a solid base. Remember, we started again at 5:15, so we still have 15 overs to go after this one, so we could be here till 6:45 or thereabouts, but I think it's not impossible that we may see either Ahmed or Parkinson before the close. I know Wright's had a day that's been interrupted, but this is his 11th over. That's swinging, but read by Ollie Price, and they're not going to take a run on the slight misfield, stop, but not really a big error by Lewis Hill. But interesting that Wright is, you might say at his relative pace, he's not bowling much that's short. It's well pitched up generally, isn't it? That's the way he's going to get his wickets. He's going to get it through movement rather than beating somebody for pure speed.
Yeah, I mean, he's not quick enough to bowl short. If he bowls short, he's going to go around the park.
Here is Wright running away from us. That's outside the off stump, and that completes his 11th over. He's taken 1 for 17. Very good figures.
Yeah.
And he's been the epitome of economy, and he's taken the wicket of Chris Dent with a good one that Dent couldn't get in behind. It was moving both in the air, and I think it also moved a little bit off the pitch as well. Trapped him LBW. Wicket falling with the score on 55. It's now 61 for 1.
Leicestershire played at a number of outgrounds. They played at Ayleston Road in Leicester back in the day. They also, I think there's the electric ground as well, the electricity ground at Leicester, which has got a beautiful Art Deco pavilion. His Hull, as Charlesworth pushes that one through the covers. It's not hugely well timed, but well enough to add a couple more to the scoreboard. They played at Hinckley. They played at Loughborough, where our very own James Bracey went to university. Melton Mowbray, Ashby de la Zouche, Colville, home of Les Taylor. Do you remember him? Lovely moustache.
I
what
do.
A moustache he had.
I've got a little story. I hope I can remember it accurately about Les Taylor.
He was a miner, I think, wasn't he?
He was.
Hull. That's left alone by Charlesworth.
So the Les Taylor story was that he was... Something's on the floor there. Don't know what it was. He was called into the England side during the Cheltenham Festival.
1985.
And he had to do an interview under the umbrella of a friend of mine, a good friend of mine at the time, who was a hospital radio volunteer. There we are. Just to complete the outgrounds, Leicestershire have got a game this year in the One-Day Cup at Kibworth against Essex.
Yes, they have. Charlesworth defends. Steve Kirby played at Kibworth. He was released and was selling carpets, selling flooring, I believe.
He's probably fitting it as well, if I know Curbs.
Yeah, and he came through Kibworth. Leicestershire also have played at Uppingham School, which is the alumni includes Jonathan Agnew and our very own Ed Seaborn here on BBC Radio Bristol. Here's Hull. That's nicely driven, but doesn't get through past mid-on. And Oakham College as well, where I believe Stuart Broadwin, Frank Hayes was the cricket master there, the old Lancastrian batsman. Stuart Broadwin there. Leicestershire have lost a few players over the years to Nottinghamshire. Sol Budinger's gone the other way, but as one Leicestershire member told me, they're the opposite of Robin Hood. Even though he comes from Nottingham, they like to rob the poor. Oh, that's hit Charlesworth in the nether regions with an audible gasp. I don't know if that's in the stomach or in the... Oh, I think it's in the venerables.
Yeah, maybe a little above there, actually, but not much. But 6'7" tall hole, so you would expect him to get some bounce. But if you go back earlier, if you've been with us on and off when there has been play today, there was a ball in Hull's first over which reached Hanscom on the second bounce.
Charlesworth defends. That completes the over. 63 for 1 at the end of the 22nd. Charlesworth's on 18 and Ollie Price is on 4.
Yes, Gloucestershire with, I mean, in a sense this is an awkward little session for them, but they could get to the close tonight. Maybe these two still together. Let's say the score was 100 for 1.
Tom Price is in that batting order at number 7 now, which is interesting. I don't know whether he will come in at 7.
Well,
but he's got 100 to his name.
Yeah, and if 7, 8, 9, and we had this discussion in the morning's play, 7, 8, 9 are in some order Tom Price, Zaffa and Danny Lamb, you feel there is some runs in that area of the team.
On paper.
Wright's going to continue, having got that wicket of Chris Dent. They've given him a bit of encouragement. That one is short. For the first time today he's bowled one that's short to Ollie Price, and he's not interested in playing the hook at any point. There is a man down at long leg. There was nobody out on the leg side though, so it was just perhaps an expression of frustration from the bowler more than anything else.
Ollie Price does tend to take the hook on though. I remember at Cheltenham last year he batted well and Abbott and Abbas were bouncing him and he took the hook on all the time, played it very well, rolled his wrists and kept it down.
Patel, Ackerman and Kimber in the slips, but nothing doing there. Price again inside the line.
Wright's bowling very well here, he's making the ball sing a little bit.
I wonder how long he can do. I wouldn't want to over bowl him tonight on the basis that there would be quite a bit of work to do tomorrow, potentially. So his run isn't that long. Price waits. Again, just went away a little bit off the pitch. Price in behind it.
Les Taylor, he took the last wicket of that 1985 series against Australia. He was brought in, I think, just for the last test at the Oval, where...
Well, that would kind of be right, because if you're called up at Cheltenham in those days would have been in the school holidays.
Yeah. Gower and Gooch put on loads. Both got big hundreds. I think 157 and 19.
Right. Totally priced. That was going down to past leg stump until it straightened up and Price defended.
In vastly different styles as well, Gower and Gooch. Gooch, everything with his cudgel. Gower stroking it with his wand. And they put on a big total, and then bowled the Aussies out a couple of times. He caught Murray Bennett. Glasses, spinner for Australia. They're a bit decimated, weren't they, by certain players at that point.
Right. That one is down the leg side. It goes off the hip of Ollie Price. Was there any bat in that? Lloyd says no.
They came over with Bob Holland, who was probably nearly 40, bowling leg spin. David Gower had a wonderful 166 at Trent Bridge. Got 215 at Edgbaston, I think, and then 157 at the Oval.
So Charlesworth back on strike now against Wright. Staying over the wicket to him. He hasn't tried the round the wicket approach at all. And Charlesworth again defends. Yeah, Les Taylor now at age 69, which does date him a bit. 2 tests. And 4 wickets at 44.
They had a good side around that time. Leicestershire mid-80s they had. Gower, Peter Willey, Russell Cobb, Nigel Bryars.
He actually went on the following winter tour, but barely played.
And another Leicestershire player who went on a winter tour, and I don't think did play, was James Whittaker.
Yeah, you're quite right. Murray Bennett at the Oval in 1985
Caught and bowled.
was the wicket.
Caught and bowled, I think it was. Yeah. It was Gower's Glorious Summer. We were all dancing away to Into the Groove by Madonna. And it was David Gower who was in the groove with his timing, just stroking the ball to the boundary. Here's Josh Hull. That's down the leg side, and it's going to be another leg bye to the total. Takes the score on to 65.
Yeah, that game at the Oval, if my computer will just go to it, 464 England made. They won by an innings.
Gooch 196, Gower 157.
Correct in both cases. Good, accurate recollection. And
That's without having a scorecard.
Yeah,
up.
241, of which Greg Ritchie got 156 not out.
No ball again from Hull. It's not the first one he's bowled.
Wicket shared in the first innings. Taylor's wicket there was Jeff Lawson.
Richard Ellison had a good series, I seem to recall.
And second time round, 129 not out. Bennett caught and bowled Taylor for 11. His other wicket in that innings was Andrew Hilditch.
The happy hooker. All you'd have to do is drop it short to Hilditch and he'd put it down fine legs throw. That's played out to mid-on by Charlesworth. No run.
Bowled him out second time under 50 overs. So
You had Hilditch, who was the happy hooker. Graham Wood, who would run him either himself out or his partner out regularly. And it wasn't the strongest Australian side I've ever seen. And that series actually prompted Australia to get better, because Bob Simpson, who was at Leicestershire, he then took over the Australian side and sort of turned them a lot meaner.
well, Leicestershire asking about the ball.
Something to do with the ball. So what happened there with Alan Border came over, and in 1989 he refused to actually talk to the England players and became known as Captain Grumpy. And he just decided that he was fed up of coming to England and his side getting stuff, so he became a lot meaner. And Bob Simpson then took over at Leicestershire later on, and Paul Nixon told me a story where all the players were invited to his house for a barbecue, and it was supposed to be no alcohol at this barbecue. It's played into the offside just for one by Charlesworth. No alcohol at this barbecue, but a couple of innovative players put sort of vodka into a lemonade bottle and was just sort of happily swigging away all afternoon until Bobby Simpson's grandchild got hold of the lemonade. Which you can imagine. You can imagine the effects there.
Yeah. Charlesworth going quietly about his business here. This is what we've, in a sense, thought he would do. Top of the order.
Hull into Price, full delivery, and just works that one quite fine. It's for one run. Another overseas player I remember at Leicestershire is Virender Sehwag, who got a blistering 130 off 88 balls at my ground at Southgate in North London. and it was a ferocious display. He hit the church, which is a hit of about 140 yards. It was massive. And then he put one through the bar window, which unfortunately hit a gentleman on the nose on the other side of the bar window who was eating his ham, egg and chips. Didn't need ketchup on it after that. Charlesworth just pumps that one into the onside and will keep the scoreboard rotating. 70 for 1. Chris Dent, the man out. LBW by Chris Wright for 29.
And Parkinson's trotting from third man to fine leg here at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. I wonder if that's an indication that he may be coming on for a bowl shortly.
Parkinson's been bowling medium pace, hasn't he?
Well, it certainly looked that way in the one over that he had either side of the first rain break. There's a short mid-wicket in now for Ollie Price.
That's a lovely shot. He's found the gap in the covers there. Ollie Price, very pleasing on the eye, and he'll pick up 3 runs there. It's been a very pleasant shot. He's good to watch.
Just with that short mid-wicket in, it was enticing him effectively to try and play through the offside, and he picked the gap really well. So, run rate, you can see just about 3 runs and over. And Chris Wright's going to be rested, I think we'd say. Really good stint. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 17. He's bowled unchanged at this Ashley Down Road end in the 3 spells of play we've had. And we're going to see Tom Scriven back into the attack from the Ashley Down Road end from for the first time. And what's noticeable is that Hanscom and the 2 slips have got a bit closer to the wicket. A bit closer to the batsman now, just indicating that Scriven much more of a medium pacer than a medium fast, which is what Wright is. Look whether Hanscom might get to a point where he might stand up here, but not initially. As you can see from your screen, 12 overs left in the day. Leicestershire want at least 1 more wicket, you would have thought. Gloucestershire decided to bat. They won the toss, and Scriven tries the Yorker option first up, and Ollie Price is good enough to read it and play it dead bat out on the offside. So still with the 3 slips.
Quite a shape there, wasn't there?
I find it impossible to think we won't see probably Parkinson before the close.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what he bowls though. He's going to bowl his sort of cutters, his Derek Underwood style sort of cutters, or will he go back to more conventional left arm spin?
Scriven, oh, that's wide and going wider outside the off stump. So Hammond at 4, Bracey at 5, Van Buren at 6, the what you might call the middle order.
Might see an over from Rayhan Ahmed before the end of the day as well.
I might. But lovely conditions now. Just a shame that so much of the day has been wiped out, and Price with a lovely square drive for 4. That was pitched up, it was there to be struck through the gap. Ahmed had no chance of cutting that off. And what the expansive pose from Ollie Price, a little bit reminiscent of Gareth Roderick with the follow through there. But
yeah, he's I said he's very pleasing on the eye, Ollie Price. Good to watch.
well, he's got his exams out of the way. He'll be available in all formats for the rest of the season, and you can see him playing a lot of cricket if he stays fit. Scriven to him, that's a bit shorter again. It's also down. He brings something a little bit different, because he compared to Chris Dent and to James Brace, he is tall. He stands quite tall at the crease too. Gives the impression of being, somebody who can get over the ball if he needs to. Scriven to him again. Oh, that's
Good leave.
yes, well judged. Picked the line, which was relatively straight.
I think what he does the fundamentals of the game all well. He can bat, he can bowl off spin, to a more than respectable level. He's into double figures in the T20 tournament this year. He's got a fantastic pair of hands, and I think he does the sort of the three main areas of the game very well, which is what cricket's about.
Foolish ball again from Scriven to complete his over. Just the one boundary in it, but if Leicestershire do serve up a boundary ball in each over, then Gloucestershire will keep the run rate pushing along, and if they can take advantage of that, then you can play the rest without too much risk. And talking of Parkinson, here he is.
Yeah, Kibworth Cricket Club. Colin Ackerman played for Kibworth for a little bit. He's a good cricketer. He's another stylish player. Easy on the eye. Got 277 not out last year. Leicestershire scored 756 for 4. Ian Mulder and Ackerman put on a record 477. Ackerman also he was the first man to take 7 in
a T20, is that right?
In a T20, yeah. Anyway, he is Callum Parkinson,
known as Parky. Is that right? or is that the Lancashire ones they know him as?
I think so. They're both twins, Bolton lads. Here he is, bowling these funny cutters. Charlesworth defends. Had an email come in from Tom Wade. He's a Cheltenham fan, Tom. He said, further to Jacqueline's thoughts, I think it's not actually been all that bad. They had a poor opening T20 game, yes. Since then, if we've not won, then we've at least gone out swinging. Parkinson as Charlesworth gets that one squarer, and they just trot through for a single. He said Friday was disheartening, but still a long season ahead. In terms of selection, I'm not sure we could take anyone out of current selection and justify it. Well, it's an interesting point. It speaks about Lamb coming in on loan. And sometimes it takes a while to settle into a side when a player comes on loan.
Interesting that it was termed as an initial 14-day loan.
Price defends, goes back and defends that, watchful.
So, which implies that both teams might be willing to extend it.
Yeah, possibly, because I believe that 14 days runs out during I think it's the third day of this game. So it'll be interesting to see if that is extended. Oh, that's well bowled. Just goes past the outside edge of Ollie Price's bat.
I'm not
Let's
sure.
have a look at this.
I'm not sure that's turned, but it's just the length. Well, that's what it has.
Turned and bounced. Price defends.
This is Parkinson's first championship game of the season for Leicestershire, but he has been injured. Step on a short leg, as you can see.
Yeah, 78 for 1. Price on 12, Charlesworth 21. We have got
10 overs left on the day.
10 overs left, yeah. And we'll be with you every ball here on the Gloucestershire stream. You listen to Ian Randall and me, Dan Whiting. And I think this door might need some WD-40. It's a floorboard, is it?
Does sound like it might be a floorboard actually.
Which is rather concerning when you're on the 3rd floor of the flats with nothing underneath. There's a balcony straight below you. Oh no, we'll just go onto the 2nd floor balcony. We'll just go onto theirs downstairs. That's all right.
There'll be a cartoon made of that.
Yeah. I wouldn't be the only member of our streaming team to break some equipment here this week.
Sadly, Mr. Healy in a chair had a bit of an incident. Here is a new bat for Ollie Price.
Yeah. So
Not quite sure what's wrong with the other one.
yeah, James Healy absolutely smashed a chair to pieces, swinging on it. I work with Randall and the Vandal.
Scriven into Charlesworth, who's clipped that to mid-wicket, and it's caught by Chris Wright, I think, there. It's a good low catch. And Charlesworth has to depart. He looks really crestfallen in playing that shot. And Scriven has a wicket. Look at Charlesworth's reaction to that.
Yeah, he's furious.
He's got to 21. He's been out there for 26 overs to get to that point. He's been really quite careful. And in fact, it's Josh Hull who's taken the catch under the cap. He's got down well actually there because it was quite low.
Yeah, he's furious with himself. Charlesworth didn't sort of hit it or defend it. It's just a sort of a half and half shot. And he sort of set his stall out for a long one there, hadn't he? He booked himself in. And he'll be absolutely fuming with himself.
And Miles Hammond is making his way out.
Was it Van Buren?
At
Van
number
Buren.
4.
Oh, no, it's Hammond.
So, having lost the toss, Leicestershire, I wonder what they would consider to be a good outcome. They got one more tonight. They would feel they've not had too bad a day of it.
No, they'd be reasonably happy with that. If Gloucestershire can sort of get to 110 for 2, they'll think they've had quite a good day of it as well.
So it feels as if it's reasonably evenly poised, but they've had obviously a new ball that will get softer tomorrow. But for Scriven, it's a handy wicket. He's taken 7 wickets at 29 this season. But given he's only played a relatively small number of first-class games, he'll be delighted with that, and he'll stay over the wicket to another left-hander.
Miles Hammond was electric here on Friday night.
So, let that go. So there is a square leg just in front of square, which is where Hull pouched that last catch, and there's also a man at a short mid-wicket as well. I wonder if that does indicate there's not much pace in this pitch, and chances may be more in front of square than in the cordon.
Paul Nixon's very astute coach. Won the Caribbean.
Scriven outside the off stump, and with a long red line down the back of his right thigh where he's been polishing. I think he's probably chief ball polisher as well as bowl around batter in this team.
Yeah, Paul Nixon won the initial Caribbean Premier League, I think, with the Jamaican Talawars, didn't he? And then came back and took over as coach of Leicestershire.
Shirt outside his trousers, Scriven in, and Hammond gets that off the inside half of the bat. It goes out to mid-on. I don't think the intention wasn't to play it there. But now both the openers have gone. Price he's faced 30 balls, so he's had a little bit of a look, but we did indicate maybe at the end of today, with this last session of about an hour and a quarter's cricket, it was probably one where Gloucestershire didn't have a great deal to gain, and Leicestershire, the real progress could be made by them if they could get 3 or 4 wickets. That would be, they'd be in bonus territory, but they've got 2, and Parkinson will certainly, I think, relish the chance to bowl at 2 relatively new batsmen. Scribbling at the end of his run. Quite a brisk approach, and then he's fired that again outside the off stump. Hammond will let it go. So a wicket for him in that over, the wicket of Ben Charlesworth, and it is Scriven and Chris Wright who have the wickets here for Leicestershire. Gloucestershire, having won the toss, decided to bat this morning at 10:30, and Charlesworth out for 21, Dent out for 29.
Someone's cooking something very nice around the flats, and it's got to be said, Ian, I'm Hank Marvin.
Are you?
I am. Yeah, I am. Very hungry man. Parkinson. Oh, that's delicately played. Adroit. 4 runs down with a late cut down to 3rd, and that raced away. Ollie Price just using the pace of the ball. Beautiful.
Yes, waiting for it, and then that's the dab down to what down the line I've called Michael Klinger corner. That's chiefly in T20 cricket, but that's the shortest boundary on the ground.
Price defends that time. Lots of oohs and ahs coming from Hanscom and Ackerman at first slip. Can't quite see who that is at.
Is Patel under the helmet, is it? Short leg? Maybe not quite. It might be Budinger actually, I think. Patel.
I think it is Budinger, yeah. Patel's a backward square. Ahmed with the ball there is an extra cover. Hull and Wright, I think, are at mid on and mid off. That's short and wide and cut. There's a man out on the deep cover boundary.
There is Kimber out there.
Kimber doing the fielding.
Now Parkinson. Is Hammond taking off stump there?
Yeah. Yeah. Seems to be the fashion, doesn't it, these days? Because if you're playing a shot, generally you shouldn't be out LBW because you should be outside the line. Providing you know where your stumps are.
Well, Hammond was in pretty good touch on Friday night, but he couldn't do it all on his own. But different challenge here.
Oh, that's bowled him through the gate. That's turned a long way. Parkinson very happy with that. That's come back through the gate a long way. And
It's a big gap there, Dan, though.
it is. It's maybe not so much a gate as a portcullis. Hammond has to depart for a duck.
Now, what do Gloucestershire do here with?
Do they send in the night watchman?
Yeah, that might be my question. I think the answer to that is no, because I think James Brace is coming down the steps. But there's no wonder Parkinson was delighted with that.
It was a good ball. It was a good ball. It came back a long way.
I wonder if that.
Van Buren.
I say that's Bracey, but it's actually Van Buren, yeah. So Whether that was a plan change. That's a second look at that delivery from Parkinson, who, you know, for a slow left-arm spinner, is not much better sight than that, particularly on the first afternoon.
It goes to show on this wicket that you don't have to toss it up. There's one more look at it.
That's not come out of a foothold either.
No. But it goes to show also you don't have to sort of throw it up to, you know, create purchase of the pitch perhaps. You can push it through and the ball will still turn, because Parkinson's bowling flat sort of darts here, isn't he?
Yeah, and I know that I tend to go back to the Embry and Edmonds pairing, but there were two tall spinners, and Parkinson, because of his height, doesn't have that ability to bowl it from very, very high.
Yeah.
So he's got to attack it in a different way. So Scriven, we now have two right-handers in, and Scriven to Ollie Price, who defends back up the pitch. And come back to our earlier phrase, you know, Leicestershire had the most to gain out of this. Gloucestershire started this last mini session 45 without loss, and now 83 for 3.
Yeah, it's always going to be quite difficult this last sort of hour, wasn't it?
You feel you've had a reasonable start to the game, but you've had to make two starts, and then when Dent got a good ball, no question about that, and that's from Scriven outside the off stump. Charlesworth would have been immensely frustrated if it got out the way he did, because it was a clip, and it was a field set for the clip, effectively. He just didn't get it angled right between. He probably wanted to play it a bit squarer than it ended up, actually.
Yeah.
It would have gone past Hull's left hand, but he didn't get it the bat round far enough.
Gloucestershire, just be a little bit careful they don't end up 100 for 6 by close of play here.
Scriven with two slips, pushed at by Ollie Price.
Ball's doing a lot here. Conditions in Leicestershire's favour.
Sun's just gone in again, and Scriven drawing Price forward. It was far enough outside the off stump that he might have let it go. He's let at least one go in that kind of line earlier in the innings. But Leicestershire with a real spring in their step at the moment. Scriven in, and Price does get bat and pad close together. And it's out to Budinger at short mid-wicket. Durham were quite funky with their fields, weren't they? They weren't averse to having two short mid-wickets or a short straight mid-on. And
good coach there, Ryan Campbell.
They were
Durham.
creative. Scriven with one wicket, that won't get him a second one. Again, Price can let that go. Graham van Buren obviously missed some of the T20 games with a little tweak to a hamstring, but even a week ago was confident he'd be fit for today. Ollie Price waits for Scriven and again defends. I wonder if these two are going to just go into, I mean, survival is a bit of a strong word, but into sort of ultra cautious mode for the remaining 7 overs.
They'll want to be here in the morning. They'll definitely want to be here in the morning. It'll be an interesting 7 overs here. All starting to do a little bit.
So will Parkinson to the right hander go back around the wicket? I suspect he will.
Here he comes. And Buren plays that one out just to the left of mid-off and gets off the mark, first ball.
It can be a bit of a fidgety starter, Graham, can't he?
He
particularly,
can be, yeah.
particularly if he
But once he's in full flow, he's imperious, isn't he? Price defends.
I imagine will be the last game playing today. Bear in mind that we've had interruptions and others haven't.
Price again defends. Pushes the ball out to extra cover to Rayhan Ahmed.
There's some interesting scores around the country today.
He's pushed into the onside, and Van Buren was interested there. I think Budinger got a hand on it, which possibly stopped it from going for at least one, maybe two. No run. Parkinson. That's short and wide and cut, but can only find Tom Scriven at backward point.
So the matches where play has ended for the day. The First Division, Essex 360 for 4 against Somerset. So that's a good effort from them. That's in the First Division. In the Second Division, it's close at Chesterfield. Derbyshire 111, Yorkshire 272 for 5 in reply. So already 161 in front.
Short and wide and cut. I need to find the man at deep cover. Price on to 218.
And they've got bad light at Hove, which probably means that might be it for the day. Sussex 338 for 9 against Worcestershire. That's in Division 2. They are still playing at Durham in the Second Division. Glamorgan's 379 for 8. So Durham have come back well there with a second new ball. And elsewhere in the First Division, still playing at... Is it Kent at Tunbridge Wells this week? They are, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
301 all out for Kent, sorry, 18 for 1 in reply. And at Southport, Hampshire 142 all out against Lancashire, who are 131 for 1 in reply. Ollie Price waits for Scriven, that's outside the off stump.
Are they at Blackpool, Lancashire?
They're at Southport, I think.
Are they at Southport or Blackpool?
Yeah, no, they're at Southport, I'm sure. And Warwickshire 348 for 4 against Notts at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, we're coming into our ground season, Tunbridge Wells. Beautiful venue.
The flowers are something else there, aren't
The
they?
rhododendrons,
Yeah.
Ian, are sight to behold.
Scriven under quite grey skies now. Ollie Price, that goes that down the leg side, and it's taken on the tumble and on the bounce by Peter Hanscom. There wasn't much you could do about that. Again, just indicating that there is a little bit of uneven bounce in this pitch.
Yeah, and I think Tom Price will be looking forward to a bowl on this. Just gonna have a look. Yeah, we're coming into our ground season. Obviously, Gloucestershire go to Cheltenham in a few weeks.
Ollie Price waits for Scriven, and again he's just content at the moment. If it's 4th or 5th stump,
It is at
he's
Southport.
going to let it go.
Yeah, it is at Southport. Phil Salt, 69 off just 86 balls there for the hosts.
4 wickets for Craig Miles for Durham today. He's on a loan from Warwickshire. That was agreed yesterday, I think. Scriven and Price tries to take the bat away, and the ball does rebound into the ground. That could have easily been dragged on. In the end, he did get it right, but Scriven here might have thought that could have been another wicket for him. Price has 18, as you can see. And he's pushed it hard at that, or pushed harder than he wants to. Just there's the reaction. Just see him punching his bat.
Look where Hanscom's taken that though. diving away in front of first slip, who's quite wide. Ackerman there. No, it's Rishi Patel. It's quite wide, and he's ended up.
He's teased Ollie Price into playing that shot.
Tantalised him. Lewis Hill got 100 here in the County Championship game in 2021. Leicestershire skipper.
Scriven again, and that moved a little bit off the pitch, but it was read by Price, and Scriven has backed up the efforts of Chris Wright here today. He's taken 1 for 10.
He's bowled well.
He, Wright and Parkinson each have a wicket, and for young Josh Hull it's been a bit sobering. I may not see him again today, but he has taken a catch, and that catch helped to dismiss Ben Charlesworth. Gloucestershire have lost their openers, and then Miles Hammond bowled through the gate by this man.
Here's Parkinson going past the umpire, short and wide. Van Buren's going to get his first boundary there. Very strong in that region, and you don't bow short and wide. Gary Bailey has been in touch on Twitter saying Leicestershire have a county championship game in July at Oakham School against Worcestershire. Lovely venue, very nice venue. Oh, and that's well played as well by the Gloucestershire skipper. I don't think that's going to go all the way. No, it's... Oh! No, I think it's just been picked up by Scriven before it goes over the rope, but Van Buren's going to get 2 more. The latest of late cuts there.
I've seen Price and Van Buren play that shot.
Oh, and that's good. That's good fielding there by Scriven. That wasn't a late cut. He just got an under edge on that. But Parkinson will be wanting to get Van Buren onto the front foot. He'll be wanting to push it up a little bit further up. Here he comes again. There he is on the front foot. That's better from Parkinson. Making him play.
That's more the length, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, that's turned him a little bit, and Price comes through for the single. 91 for 3.
Yes. If provided Gloucestershire don't lose another wicket, it's going to be quite an evenly balanced first day come the end.
Let's just turn around the corner where Patel does the fielding. 4 overs left in the day. Gloucestershire 92 for 3. Van Buren's on 8. Ollie Price on 18. Both of them late in the evening, late cutting. And we're going to have Rehan Ahmed from the Ashley Down Road end.
Well, this will be a first. I've not seen him live before.
No, I'm not sure I have.
And Rehan Ahmed, obviously seen as a young man of quite a lot of potential. Made his England debut in the winter in Pakistan. He's got a first-class 100 already, as well as bowling his leg spin.
So what's your thoughts, Ian, on Moeen Ali? I think Rehan Ahmed has been a little bit unlucky for me. If you're good enough to go to Pakistan as the second spinner, then you're good enough to play in the Ashes, aren't you?
Well, here he is. And that's very flat, and it's whipped away by Van Buren up to Chris Wright at mid-on. Well, let's see how he bowls in this situation.
I know he hasn't.
Van Buren goes back.
He hasn't been massively successful, but it has been the wettest spring since 1981. It's not conducive to leg spinners, is it? So, you know, what sort of message does it send out to an 18-year-old who's done well when he's come into the England side?
Ahmed, looking for a handful of paces, and again that's whipped away by Van Buren. There's a chase for the man at deep square leg, and they'll come back for 2. Throw to the bowler's end, not absolutely accurate, so they got home comfortably.
It's not like Moeen Ali's been playing a lot of red ball cricket either, is it? You know, and
there were arguments for other people as apart from Ahmed, to be fair.
Will Jacks.
Ahmed in and into the ground from Van Buren.
Dawson.
You see, that's more Dawson. To me,
is a like for like.
Is a like for like swap. Ahmed in. That's tossed right up this time and played by Van Buren straight to Chris Wright. You know that Dawson's ultra competitive.
Yes. Oh yes.
Ahmed again when Van Buren goes back, and they'll pinch a single out to Kimber, and Ahmed looks as a little bit like Rashid Khan in the sense that he bowls his leg breaks, almost fires them through. It's not loopy.
No. No, it's like sort of Kumble pace, isn't it? Like a flat leg spinner, like Anil Kumble.
Yes.
Who probably relies on variations of pace as much as he does turn.
A little bit. And obviously Sussex have their own leg spinner who doesn't play much first class, Archie Lenham, who we saw here, I think make either his first or second appearance for Sussex in the T20. But he and Ahmed and Rashid Khan, all in a sense maybe, I'd say a new breed, but a more modern type of leg spinner.
Parkinson, and Van Buren's got that one past. It's Kimber, I think, he's gone into backward point there, isn't it? Got it past Kimber. No, it's not. It's someone's on his 12th man, because that's number 17.
That is Kimber.
That is Kimber, is it? I've got number 26 down. Anyway, Price defends that one. You've got somebody else's shirt on.
No, I don't think so. I had him down at 17.
Oh. Defended there by Price.
You know, these two ought to be just looking to see the day out here.
Rishi Patel's number 26. Why were we down at 26? I've gone mad in. I'm going loopy. That's beautifully played there by Ollie Price. Deft.
And the 100 up.
Yeah, that is the 100 up. Small sprinkling of loyal spectators waited through the rain, giving it a round of applause. Delicate shot there, wasn't it?
I think some of the former players are still here as well, just a handful.
Andy Brassington's probably got his card behind the bar.
Chat here between Parkinson and Chris Wright. But they've got one of those small towels to dry the ball. I just wonder if it may have run into the boards and maybe there is just a puddle down there. Means that to use the towel before Parkinson can continue.
Price moves into the 20s with that boundary. Here's Parkinson. And he's going to get some more here. That's probably going to be just the 2. Tickles another one around the corner. Parkinson probably getting a little bit greedy, looking for that turn and pitching in to the leg stump, whereas he wants to be really middle and leg and turning it away to hit the top of off. There, that completes the over. Price defends, 102 for 3. Van Buren on 12, Price on 24.
So he'll bowl the last over of the day, you would think.
Yeah.
He had 2 slips in there, so just an opportunity. It's almost like a free hit for having Rian Ahmed on for a couple of overs here at the end, isn't it? If Gloucestershire don't read one from him and they pick up another wicket, Gloucestershire will consider they've had a really good last hour or so to the day. They have picked up 3 wickets as it stands.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably even Stevens.
Yeah, Gloucestershire, I think, having won the toss, would only like to be maximum of 2 down. And here is Ahmed. Better length, and Van Buren just defends. We'll be hopefully back with you tomorrow morning at 11:15. Uninterrupted coverage tomorrow. And Van Buren cuts again, and a good bit of fielding by Scriven. Sharply onto the ball at backward point. So just the 1 slip for Ahmed, interestingly. But with a short leg and a short mid wicket and a short cover, that's 2 short, and it's pulled away by Van Buren. He can recognise a half volley when a long hop when he sees it, and it's pulled away to the deep mid wicket boundary for 4.
Yeah, that got what it deserved. A bit of toffee, wasn't it?
But he bowls off about 4 paces. Just trots in, and that's tossed up, and Van Buren defends. Six wickets he's taken in the Championship this season, Rian Ahmed. 6 wickets in 75 overs before this game. So that's quite a long bowl for relative return. And Van Buren goes back and sees off the leg spinner, at least for today. 106 for 3. Gloucestershire with 1 over remaining, and Parkinson will bowl it. He's produced. Would you say that that delivery was the biggest surprise of what we've seen today? I mean, the ball that Wright bowled Dent, or got Dent LBW with, was a good one. But would you have expected that to have turned that far?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, we know what this Bristol wicket's like. We saw Ajaz Patel in the last game for Durham pick up 10 wickets on a dusty track. Parkinson here coming around the wicket to Ollie Price, who drives handsomely through the covers. They're going to come back for 2. Van Buren might be struggling a little bit there, but they managed to get back. No, it doesn't surprise me, because there's a reason why sides come here and play 2 spinners. There's a reason why Gloucestershire have got 3 spinners in their side, in Van Buren, Ollie Price and Zahir Abbas, defended there by the aforementioned Price. So no, it doesn't surprise me, but you expect turn, but that turned prodigiously, didn't it? Price plays that to mid-on. Parkinson pulls out of a delivery, so that is a dead ball. Just don't know what happened there. Don't know why. If Price pulled out, or it's played again out to mid-on.
Parkinson, it sounds strange after such a short run. I think he may have almost been at risk of bowling a no ball and thought he would stop rather than do that.
is the penultimate ball of the day. As that is defended. Final email. While you're rounding up today's scores, you could mention Australia's great victory in the World Test Championship. As that's defended. So Gloucestershire will finish off on 108 for 3. Jamie says, in the tradition of Billy Midwinter, I've always supported Gloucestershire and Australia, so I'm half happy over this evening's first glass of wine. William Evans Midwinter was a Gloucestershire cricketer who played 4 test matches for England, sandwiched between 8 tests that he played for Australia. You can't play for both, can you? You can't play for both. Anyway, that completes the day. I'd say both sides are pretty happy with their day's work, or a third of a day's work, really. Unfortunately, it was interrupted by weather. Chris Dent was the first man out. He was LBW to Chris Wright for 29, one that swung back in and trapped him in front. Ben Charlesworth then chipped one to square leg to Josh Hull off the bowling of Tom Scriven, before Miles Hammond got one that spun back through his gate from Callum Parkinson. There's the scorecard. Ollie Price is going to come back here in the morning, 26 not out of 64 balls. Graham Van Buren is 16 not out. Gloucestershire 108 for 3. And Ian, do you want to do the bowling figures quickly?
I can. Wright 1 for 17 off 12, bowled very consistently from the Ashley Down Road end. Scriven 1 for 10 off 8. Parkinson 1 for 29 off 7. Ryan Ahmed bowled 2 overs for 7 runs. And Josh Hull took the new ball, but got a bit of tap, 7 overs for 39. Thanks to James Healy for his efforts on the cameras today. If you've been with us throughout those 3 short sessions, I hope you've found the cricket interesting. It certainly should be so tomorrow. Leicester will be fresh and they'll have a ball that is not that old, might still have a bit of bounce in it, and they'll hope to make some headway in the morning. Gloucestershire will get to restart their first innings and look for a big score on day 2. We'll join you tomorrow. James, Dan and I will be with you from about 11:15. Hope you can join us then. Meanwhile, enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:45.
Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.